Hi guys, welcome back to another exciting tutorial of Great Stack. In today's video, we are going to learn how to create a full stack hotel booking website using Mern Stack. So let's see the project overview that we are going to create in this tutorial. So this is our hotel booking website where you can see the navigation bar where we have the logo, some links and login button. Then we have this welcome text and search form. After that, we have the featured destination where you can see the list of hotels. After that, we have the exclusive offers, and then we have the testimonial and newsletter form. Then we have this footer. Now, if I click on any hotel image, it will open this hotel detail page. And from here, we can check the availability of this hotel using this button, and if it is available, we can also book this hotel. After that, let me log in on this website. So I'll click on this login button. Here we have used Clerk for user authentication. Let me click here to log in with my Google account. After login, you will find your profile picture here, and here you will find the manage account, my bookings and sign out option. And if I click on manage account, you can manage the accounts here. You can update the account name, email ID, or you can also delete the account. Now let's come back to the home page, and here using this form we can search the hotel. So when you search any city, let me search the New York City, and let's select the date and provide the guest. After that, you will come to this hotel list page. Right, and after that, if I come back to the home page, then you will see one more section, that is recommended hotels. Earlier we have only featured destination, right, and now we have one more section, recommended hotels. So in this list you will see the hotel from the city that you have searched for. So if I search for any city here, then you will see the recommended hotels for the particular city when you open the home page. After that, let me book this hotel. So let's open it again, and here we'll select the check-in date, and let's add the checkout date, add the guest, and click on this button. You can see room is not available. So let me change the date. Now let's click again. So you can see room is available. So now we can book this hotel. So let's click on this book now button. So now we have booked the hotel, and you can see we have a list of bookings here on this my bookings page, and this is the latest booking that we have just booked. After booking, you will see the check-in date, checkout date, and you can see the payment status is unpaid because we have just booked the hotel without payment, and we can also make the payment for this hotel. You can see this button, pay now. Let's click here, and here we have used the Stripe payment. So we have to provide the email ID and card details. Here we can use the test card numbers. So this is the test card number for Stripe because we are using the test mode of a Stripe payment gateway. Here we will use any future month and year, and after that we have to add the name, and let's click on this pay button. After making the online payment, you will see some loading screen, and then you can see the status is paid. So this is how you can book a hotel on this hotel booking website, and you can see the bookings on this my bookings page. And here we have the option for dashboard. Let's click here. So in this dashboard, you can see we have total 6 bookings. This is the total revenue, and you can see the recent bookings here. So this is the dashboard for hotel owner. Now for this hotel, we can add the new room. Let's click here. Here you can upload the room images, select the room type and price, and provide the amenities, and click on add room. So using this form, you can add a new room. After that, here we have the option list room, where you can see the rooms available in your hotel, and you can also toggle this button to change the availability of the room like this. So this is the dashboard for the hotel owner. Now let me come back to the home page. So we have already booked the hotel, and we can check this using this my bookings. And here we have the booking history, and you will also receive the booking confirmation email. So let me check my email. So on this email you can see we have received one new email, hotel booking details, and here is the booking details. And we have the booking ID, hotel name, location, date, and booking amount. So this is how you will receive the booking confirmation on your email once you make the booking on this hotel website. After that, let me create a new account on this website. So after creating a new account, you will find this button, list your hotel. So let's click here, and here you can add the hotel name, phone number, address, and cities. So once you add the hotel details and click the register button, then your hotel will get registered on this website, and after that you can access the dashboard like this, from where you can see the booking details and manage the rooms. So we will create this hotel booking website step by step using MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js, and we will use the Clerk for user authentication. After building this project, we will also deploy it online so that anyone can access this website online. If you are a student, you can build and use this project for your final year project submission, or you can also add this project live link in your resume that will add a great value in your resume. So let's start making this full stack hotel booking website. To create our project, we will come to desktop screen, and here we will create a folder. So let's create a new folder with the name hotel booking. Now let's open this folder in VS Code editor. Now our hotel booking folder is open in VS Code. Here we will open the integrated terminal. So let's click here, terminal, select new terminal, and it will open this integrated terminal, and here we are in this folder hotel booking. So here we have to create our basic React project using Vite package. So let's write npm create Vite at latest. After adding it, press enter. So it will create a React project. So first it will ask for the project name. So here we will write the project name client, because first we are creating the front end of our full stack project. So let's write the project name client. Press enter. After that, here we will select React. After that, select JavaScript. Now we have to move to this client folder in this terminal. For that, just add cd client. So now you can see we are in the client directory. So in this client directory, we have to install the dependencies. For that, we will add npm install. Before that, you can see in the left side we have this client folder, and if I open this client folder, we have this package.json file and other files. And if I add this npm install, press enter, so it will install the packages and it will be installed in a new folder. So after executing this statement, you will find a new folder in your project. So you can see a new folder has been created, that is node_modules. So our dependencies has been installed, right? Next we can run the project. So to run this project, we will write npm run dev. We have added npm run dev in this terminal, then press enter. So it will start our project. So you can see our project has been started on this localhost 5173. So let's open this localhost URL in the web browser. So now you can see this is our basic Vite plus React project. Next we have to clear this project. To clear this project, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Let's hide this terminal. And in the left side, you can see here we have the src folder. Let's expand it, and in this src we have this app.css. So we will delete this app.css. After that, you will find this app.jsx. So we will clear this file. So select all, clear it, and here we will use RAFC snippet to create the component structure. After that, let's open this index.css file, and here also we will clear everything. So let's select all and clear it. After that, we will come to this index.html file, and in this one we have to update our project title. So here in this one we will add the title, that is hotel booking great stack, that is our channel name. So we have added title hotel booking great stack. After that, here you can see this link tag, and in this link tag we have this wheat.svg file. So instead of this wheat.svg, we will add our own icon. So first we have to add the assets in our project. So let me just come back to the desktop screen, and here we have this assets folder. So you can download this assets folder from the link given in the description. Just download it, and in this folder you can see we have all the images and icons that we will be using in this project, right? So let's select all the files and copy it. After that, we will open the project folder, that is hotel booking, then go to client. In this client, go to src, and here you can see we have the assets folder. Let's open it, and in this assets folder we will paste all the images and icons that we have copied. Let's paste it here. That's it. And here we have the react.svg, we can delete it. Now in this one we have one favicon also. So let's search it. Here we have this favicon.svg. So just copy this one and come back here, and you will find this public folder, and in this public folder just paste this favicon.svg and delete this wheat.svg. That's it. Now close this files and come back to the VS Code. Now in this left sidebar we have the assets, and in this assets you will find all the images and icons that you can use on the project, and here we have the assets.js file also. Let me open it. So in this assets.js file you can see we have imported all the images using this import statement and provided the image file path, right? So we have imported it. After that, we have created one assets object, and in this object we have provided all the images and exported this object. So we can easily access any image using this assets object, right? After that, we have one array with the name cities, then we have another array with exclusive offers, and then we have the testimonials, then we have the facility icons, then room common data. So we have added these dummy data in the assets.js file. Using that, we will display the dummy data on our project, right? And we have exported these data using this export statement in each object and array. You can see we have added export, so we can easily use it in any component. Now let's come here, and in this public folder you will find this favicon.svg that we have just added. So in this link tag we will update it. Here we will add favicon.svg. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So now on our web page you can see we have the updated favicon icon, and we have the title hotel booking great stack, and we have cleared this project. After that, in this project we have to add the Google fonts. To use the Google font, we will open new tab and search for Google fonts. We will open this website fonts.google.com. Here we will search for a font family. So let's search for outfit. Click here. So this is the outfit font. Let's click on this button, Get Font. So it has been added in this cart, and after that we will search for another font. So let's come back to the home page again, and here we will search for another font, that is Playfair. Let's search it, and after that let's click on Get Font button. Now we have two fonts. You can see two font families selected. After that, let's click on this button, Get Embed Code, and click on this Import, and here we will get the import statement. So simply copy this and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this src, then open index.css file and paste this import statement. After that, save the changes, and here we will add star. So it will select all the HTML elements, and for this one we will add the outfit font. So simply add the font family, provide outfit. So this outfit font will be added on all the elements on our web page. After that, here we'll create a custom class name. Using that we can add the Playfair font on particular element. So here we will add the class name font Playfair, and in this one we will add the font family and provide this font family name, that is Playfair, and here we will add the important so that it will override the existing font family on the particular element. That's it. So we have added the Google font on our project. After that, we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. So to add the Tailwind CSS, we will come back to the web browser and search for Vite plus Tailwind. So here you will get this documentation. So just click here on this link, and here we have the steps to install the Tailwind CSS in our Vite React project. So first you can see the step, it is to install the Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this command, and we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will open the terminal again, and in this terminal our project is running. So first we have to stop this project using Ctrl+C, yes, and paste this command that will install the Tailwind CSS. Let's press enter. So it will install the Tailwind CSS packages. It has been installed. Now again come back here and let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this statement in the vite.config.ts file or js file. So first we have to add this import statement. Let's copy it. Come back here and open this vite.config.js, and here we will paste this import statement. Let me resize this terminal. So we have added this import statement. After that, let's come here and see the next line. Here we have the Tailwind CSS. Let's copy it, and we have to add it within the plugins array. So let's come here, and here we have the plugins array. So in this one we will add comma and provide this Tailwind CSS like this. So in this plugins we have the React also and Tailwind CSS also. Save the changes and come back here, and let's see the next step. So the next step is to import Tailwind CSS in CSS file. So let's copy this and come back here. From this left sidebar we will open this index.css file, and here we have to add this import statement. So here after this font family import, we will add this import statement to import the Tailwind CSS. Now just come here and see the next step. So the next step is to run our project using npm run dev. So let's open the terminal and run the project using npm run dev. So again it will start the project. So our project is running. After that, you can see we can easily use the tailwind classes in our project. We can use these type of tailwind classes on the project. So now we have successfully added the tailwind CSS in our project. After that, we have to add the color code in our CSS file that we can easily use in the project. So we will define two color code, that will be primary color and secondary color. So after this import statement, let's add @theme, and in this one we will add color primary, and here we will add one color code. So this will be our primary color for the project. After that, we will add the secondary color. So let's add color secondary, and here we will add another color code, this one. So we have declared the primary and secondary color that we can easily use in the project using the tailwind CSS classes. After that, we have to create the page where we will add the navigation bar, footer, and booking form and all other components. So first, let's see the Figma design, what we are going to create. So you can see this is our Figma design file, and in this one we have multiple pages. For home page, then we have the hotel details page, then hotel list page, and then we have the booking page. Let's see the home page first. So in this home page, you can see we have the hero section with navigation bar, and then we have the booking form. After that, we have the featured hotels. Then we have this exclusive offers. After that, we have reviews and newsletter subscription form, and finally we have this footer. So we have to create the home page first. To create the home page, we will first create the navigation bar, because the navigation bar will be displayed in all pages, right? And in this navigation bar, we will add the links, and using that link we can navigate to different pages. And for creating different page navigation, we will use React router. So first we will apply the React router in our project. So let's come back here in the VS Code, and let's open the terminal, and let's press Ctrl C, yes, to stop this project. And here we have to install the React router DOM so that we can create the page routing, right? So for that, here we'll add npm install React router DOM, press enter. So React router DOM package has been installed. Again, start the project using npm run dev. So it will start the project. So now our project is running. Now we can hide this terminal. After that, we have to set up this router. So first we'll start with our main.jsx file. So let's open main.jsx, and in this one we will get the browser router from React router DOM. So let's add import statement, curly braces, browser router, and we will get it from React router DOM. After that, we have to use this browser router tag, and using this browser router tag, we will wrap our app component. So instead of this strict mode, we will use this browser router. So let's remove it. Here we will add browser router opening tag and closing tag. So we have wrapped our app component using browser router. That's it. After that, we will get the support of React router in our project. Next, we have to create the navigation bar. So let's come here in this src folder, and in this src folder we will create a new folder called components. So in this src, right click and select new folder and write the folder name components. Now in this components folder, we have to create our first component, that will be Navbar. So here we'll create a new file and write the file name navbar.jsx. Make sure to use the first letter in uppercase for the component name. Here we are using capital N in the Navbar. So in this navbar.jsx, we will use RAFC to create the component, right? And here we have to create the navigation bar design. So let's come here, and this is the navigation bar that we are going to create. And when we will scroll the web page, the background should be changed for this navigation bar, right? Because we will create a sticky navigation bar. And to create this navigation bar, we will use the pre-built UI. So let's open a new tab and search for prebuiltui.com. Just provide this prebuiltui.com and open this website. So here you will find the ready to use UI component built using Tailwind CSS, right? So let's go to components, and here we have different components. So let's go to Navbar. We'll click here. So here we have multiple options to create the navigation bar. So we are going to use this one, where you can see the title, a sticky navbar with a scroll effect. This one. So here you are getting this navigation bar preview, and if I click here, we can get the code. So here we have this code. So let me just copy this code, and let's come here in our VS Code, and we will paste it here. So let's remove it and we will paste this code. So we have replaced all the code. After that, here we have to add some changes. So first we have to import the React. So let's add import React from React. After that, here we have to change the component name. So you can see here we have the component name called app. So we will rename it with Navbar. So let's add the component name Navbar. After that, scroll down, and here also we will update the name. And this name is not exported here, so here we will add the export statement to export this component from here. So let's add export default and component, that is Navbar. After adding it, we have to mount this navigation bar component in our app.jsx file. So we will open our app.jsx. So it is here. In this app.jsx, we have this return statement where we have a div. So in this div, we have to provide the Navbar component. So just add Navbar. Just click here. So the Navbar will get imported from the components folder, and close this tag. After mounting this component, let's come back to the web browser. So now you can see this Navbar has been added on our web page, and we can scroll like this. So when we scroll it, you can see the background color is changing. It looks nice. So next we have to customize this navigation bar, and this navigation bar will be visible on all the routes of our web page because we have added it in the app.jsx file. Suppose here if I add /contact, still this navigation bar is displayed. If I add about, still it is displayed, right? So this navigation bar will be displayed in all pages. But we have to hide this navigation bar when we visit the owner's dashboard. Like we will create the dashboard for the property owner or hotel owner, so that hotel owner can post a new hotels and add the rooms. So we have to display another layout for the hotel owner, we will remove this navigation bar from there. So to create that, let's come back, and here in this one, first we have to get the path. So to get the path here, before this return a statement, we will check const is owner path, and here we will use the use location, and we will get this use location from this React router DOM. So you can see use location has been imported from React router DOM. After that, in this one, we will find the path name, and in this path name we will check if it is including the owner text. So here we have added includes, and the text is owner, right? Then it will be true. This variable will be true. So whenever it is true, we have to hide the navigation bar, and whenever it is false, then we can display the navigation bar. For that, here we will wrap it in a curly braces, and before this navbar component, let's add not of is owner path, then and operator, like this. So whenever we are on the owner path, then this navbar will be hidden, and when we are on some other path, then the navbar will be displayed. So after adding it, let's come back here. You can see this navbar is visible, and here if I type owner, press enter, so you can see the navigation bar has been removed. So this navigation bar will be hidden from the path that contains owner, and if I provide any other path, so this navigation bar will be visible. So let's come back to the home page. After that, we have to customize this navigation bar. So let's come back here, and we will open the VS Code, and we will open navbar.jsx file. So in this one, you can see here we have this div. We are returning this div. So instead of returning this div, we will directly return this nav tag, and in this div we have this p tag also. So we will remove this p, correct, and remove this div opening and closing tag. So scroll down. Here we have this closing div tag. Let's remove it, and from here we will remove this div. Now we have only this nav tag. Save the changes, come back here. It is displaying white screen because we have to remove this ref. So let's remove it. We will not remove this use effect. Here we have to update it for the scroll effect. So in this use effect, we have this function handle scroll, right? So in this one, we will use this setter function, set is scrolled, and here we are going to use window.scrollY. So if the window.scrollY is greater than 0, then we will make it true. And after that, here we will use this window.add event listener scroll, and then handle a scroll, and then it will return this window.remove event listener. It is correct, and after that save the changes. Now you can see this navigation bar is visible, correct. After that, let's come here, and from here we have to remove this color. So here we have this navbar where we have added the BG indigo. So let's remove it. So this color has been removed. Let's come here. So you can see this text is not visible with this color. So we will remove this color later. Let me keep it like this so that our navigation bar will be visible. Later we will remove this color. After that, you can see here we have the A tag, and in this A tag we have the image, right? So instead of this A tag, we will use the link tag provided by React router DOM. So let me remove everything from here, or I'll keep it like this. I will just update this a tag. So here just add link. Click here to import this link from React Router DOM. After that, remove this href and let's remove this class also. And in this link, let's add two property and here simply add the path. So when we will click on this link tag, it will open the home page. So just provide the path /. After that, in this link tag, we have the image, and in this image, we have a very long URL. So let me remove it. And here in this src, we will use the logo from our assets. So let's add assets. We have to import this assets from the assets.js file, which is here. You can see here we have the assets.js file. So here we will add this assets. Click here. So this assets has been imported, right? And from this assets, we can find the logo. So we have added the logo here. And after that, we have the alt property and class name. So for this one, there is a height, and when it is scrolled, it will invert the color. So we have added, if it is scrolled, then invert and opacity 80. So we have added the different logo. Now if I come here, you can see our updated logo, that is quick stay. After that, we have to update these menu text. So to update this text, here we have the menu items, that is nav links. So in this one, so let's add our first text, that is home. It is correct. After that, we'll add the hotels. So let's add hotels here, and here we will add the path. It will be rooms. Then we'll add the next menu, that is experience. Paste it here. Then we'll add the next menu text, that is about. Let's paste it here. It is already there. So now we have updated the menu links. And after that, let's see what we have to update next. So let's scroll down, and after this link tag, here we have the div for the desktop view where we will display the menu links, and then we have this button. So in this button, we have this text new launch. So instead of this text, we will use the text called dashboard, like this. After updating this button text, scroll down, and here we have this SVG icon, right? So we have to replace this SVG icon with our image. So here, let's remove it. And here we will use image tag, and in this image src we will add curly braces and provide assets dot search icon. And for this one, we will add the alt property, that is search, and after that we will add the class name also. So let's add the class name property, and here we have to add the class name. For that, we will add curly braces, and in this one we will use backticks to add the $sign and curly braces, that is template literal. So in this one, we will use this is scrolled, and when it is true, then only we will add the invert property, that is the invert element class. After that, here let's add the height, that is 7, and after that we'll add the transition, and we'll add the duration for the transition. So let's add transition all duration 500. After that, we have this button, that is login button, right? Now let's scroll down, and here we have the mobile menu button. So in this one, again we have the SVG. So let's remove this SVG, and here we will use the IMG for the image. And in this image, we have to add the menu icon. So let's add curly braces assets dot menu icon. And in this one, we have to add some classes also. So let's add the class name, and here let's add the curly braces again and provide the backticks. And here also we will use the $sign curly braces So let's provide $sign curly braces is scrolled, and if it is true, then we will add the invert. After that, here we will add the height 4 for this menu icon. After that, let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the mobile menu items. This was the mobile menu button. So here in this one we have a button tag, and in this one again we have this SVG. So we will remove this SVG, and here we are going to use the image tag to add our own image, and in this one we will add the curly braces and provide assets dot close icon. Using that we can close the mobile menu, and in the alt property we will add close menu, and after that we will add the class name. So let's add the class name, and here we will provide the height 6.5 for this close icon. After that, here we have the links that will be displayed using this nav links and map. After that, here we have a button. So in this button we have the text called new launch. So instead of this new launch text, we'll add the text called dashboard. So let's add the dashboard text here in this button tag. After that we have this login button. Now save the changes and come back here. So now you can see our navigation bar has been updated, and here we have this login button, then we have the dashboard, and then we have about, experience, hotels and home. And if I open it in small screen, this small menu is not opening. So let me just come back to the VS Code and let's see this code. Here in this file you can see we have this menu button. So here we have added the menu icon. So on this icon we have to add the on click property. So let's add on click, and here we will provide one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call the setter function, that is set is menu open, and here we will add not of is menu open. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true. Now save the changes and come here. Let's click here. So you can see it is displaying this mobile menu, and if I click on this cross icon it will hide this mobile menu. So it is looking good. Now let's open this web page in full screen and let's see what we have to create next. So we will open our Figma design, and here you can see in this home page we have this hero section where we have a full screen background image, then we have this small text and then main title, then we have the small description and one form. Using this form people can search the hotels. So we have to create this hero section or header section. For that let's come back to the VS Code, and in this components folder we will create a new component. So we will create a new file with the name hero.jsx. So we have created hero.jsx file. After that, in this one we will use RAFCE to create the component. Now here we have one div, so we will add the full height for this div, and we will also add the background image in this div so that a background image will be displayed on complete web page. So here we will add some classes. So just add the class name properties, and in this one we will provide these classes. We have added the flexbox class name, then we have provided the padding for different screen size, and we have added text white. After that, in this one we have to add the background image. So we will use the bg dash, and in this square bracket we can provide the URL for the image. So let's add the URL, and in this URL let's add the quote, and in this quote we have to provide the path of our image file. So let's add /src, then / we will add the folder name, that is assets, And in this assets folder, we have a image with the name heroimage.png. So we will provide this name here, heroimage.png. After that, for this background image, we will add the background position and repeat none. So just add this bg no repeat, background cover and background center. After that, we have to provide the height. So the height will be full screen. So just add h screen like this. So we have added a div with full height and we have added the background image. After that, we have to mount this component. So we will mount this component on our home page. So first we have to create a page also. So in this left sidebar, we will create a new folder. So in this src folder, we will create a new folder called pages, where we will create different pages. So in this pages folder, first let's create the home page. So here we'll create a new file with the name home.jsx. This will be our home page. Here we'll add rafce to create this component structure, and in this home page we have to mount our hero component. So let's add hero. Click here to import this hero component. After that, let's close this tag like this. Now let me change this div to a fragment. So we have added a fragment, and in this one we have added the hero component. Now we have to mount our home page in our app. So let's open app.jsx file, and in this one we have to create the routing so that whenever we are on the home path, then it will display the home page. It means when we are on the slash path, it will display the home page. For that, here after this navigation bar, let's add one div, and in this div we will add the minimum height. So let me set the minimum height here using the Tailwind classes. After that, within this div we will create the routes, right? So let's add the routes tag. Let's click here to import the routes from React Router DOM. Now close this tag like this. Now in this one we will create the route tag. So let's add route from React Router DOM, and it will be self-closing tag like this. Now in this particular route we have to provide the path. So in the path we will add slash, and here we will add the element, and in this element we will mount our home page. So let's add home. So home page has been imported here. So we have mounted the home page in this app, and in this home page we have mounted our hero component. So the hero component should be displayed on the web page. So let's check our web page. This is the Figma design, and come back to the web page. So here we don't have that hero component. So let me check it. If I inspect this web page, you can see the component is already mounted, but the background is white. That background image is not visible because we have provided URL only. We have missed the URL. So let's come here, open our component, that is hero.jsx, and in this one let me correct it. It will be URL. Update it, save the changes, and now you can see here we have the background image on complete web page. After that, from the navigation bar we can remove this background color that is in the blue color. So let's come back and open our navigation bar, and from here let me remove this color which is here, BG Indigo 500. Just remove it, save the changes. Now you can see the navigation bar is looking perfect with this background. Now let me complete this hero section first. So in this hero section you can see we have to add this small text, main title and description. Then we will display this form. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open our hero.jsx. Now in this one we have a div. So for this div we have already added the classes. So in this one now we will add one text in p tag. So in this text we will add the ultimate hotel experience. After that we will add the title in h1 tag. So here we will add this title, discover your perfect gateway destination. After that we will add some small description. So here we have provided this a small description text, correct? Now for these content we will add the CSS properties also. So in the first p tag we will add these classes. After that here we have the h1 tag. So in this one we will provide these tailwind classes. Next in this p tag where we have added the description we will add these tailwind classes. After adding it, let's come here. You can see here we have all these text, right? Next we have to create a form. So to create that form, again we will come to prebuiltui.com, right? From where we have copied the navigation bar code. So in the left sidebar you will find forms. So let me search it. Here it is. We have form. We will click here. So here we will get different type of form that we can easily use in the React project or any other project also. So let's scroll down and we will find the hotel booking form, this one. So here we have the preview and from here we can get the code. So just click on this link. So it will open this code. So from here we will copy this code. We will copy this form tag. Let's select it, scroll down and copy this entire form tag. Copy and come back to the VS Code. And after this p tag we will just provide this form. That's it. Now let me customize this form. So here we have this form tag with background white, text gray. So after that we have this div, and in this div we have this SVG. So instead of using this SVG, here we will use our own image. So we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will provide the assets dot, then we'll add the calendar icon. After that here we have to add some tailwind classes. So we have to add the height. So simply provide class name height 4. Then we have the label tag. Then we have this input field. And in this input field we have the list, destinations, and then we have the type text. Now for this input field we will add the data list. So just add data list tag, close this one, and here we will add this ID. Here we will provide this ID. Let's copy this destinations, paste it here. Now in this data list we have to display the different cities list. So we have already added the cities list in the assets file, so we will get it from there. So just add curly braces, provide cities from the assets file, and in this cities array we will add the map, and here we will add the arrow function, and then we'll add this small bracket. Now in this one we will get individual city and index number. So let's add it here in this parameter, and after that in this small bracket we will return the option tag. In this option tag we will add the value, and in this value let's add city, and here we'll add the key property also, and in this key we will add the index, and this will be a self-closing tag. So remove it, and here we'll add this /. After adding this data list, let's scroll down and let's see, here we have a div where we have added the SVG, and this is for the check-in date, right? So here also we will update the image. So remove this SVG and here we will add the same icon. So again we will add the img tag that we have already used. So we have added image assets.calendar icon, and here we have added the height 4. Now let's copy it and we will paste it in this next one also, that is for the checkout date. Here also remove the SVG and provide this image. Correct. Now scroll down and here you will find this button tag, and in this button we have the SVG. So remove this SVG from here. Here also we will add the image. So paste this one, and in this one we will update the image. It will be assets.search icon, and here we will add the alt property. It will be search icon, and here we will add the height 7. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have this hotel booking search form, and if I click here we have the data list. So we have the list of cities. If I click here, it will display the date picker for the check-in and checkout. Then we have the input field to enter the number of guests, and here we have the search button. So we have created this form. Now here we have to add the space between this text and form. So let me just come back, and here we have this form tag. So in this one we have the padding X, padding Y, and here we'll add the margin from top. So let's add margin top 8. Save the changes. Now we have a space here. So now we have created the hero section for our hotel booking website. Correct? After that, let me complete our navigation bar so that when we click on the login button, it should open a login form and it will display a user's profile image. Right? For that, we'll create the user authentication, and to create the user login and registration functionality, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk is the most popular user management and authentication platform. Using Clerk, we can easily create the login registration platform, and it also provides the ready-to-use UI component to create the login registration and user profile management component. Right? So just click on the link given in the description, that will directly take you to this page where you will find this Clerk setup documentation. So here you can see the first step to create the React application. After that, here we have the next step to install the Clerk in your React application. So let's copy this command and come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. Now let's stop this project using Ctrl+C, yes, and paste this command to install Clerk in our React project. So type npm install @clerk/clerk react. So it will install this package. So the Clerk package has been installed. Now let's see the next step. So you can see the next step is to use this key in the environment variable. So let's copy this and come back to the VS Code. Now let me come back to the left sidebar, and here we'll create a new file. So right click in this client folder and create a new file in this client folder and write the file name .env. And in this .env file, paste this line, that is Wheat Clerk publishable key, and here we have to paste the key, and we will get this key after login into Clerk dashboard, right? And after that, let's see the next step. So here we have the next step. So we have to create the main.tsx or gsx file that we already have, and in this one we have to add this publishable key from the environment variable, and then we have to add this code, right? And after that, you can see the next step, we have to use this Clerk provider tag, right? So let's copy this line and this line also. So let me just copy it and come back to the VS Code and open our main.jsx file. And here before this create root, let's paste it. We can start the project using npm run dev, and then we can hide the terminal. So here we have provided this publishable key and we will get it from environment variable using import.meta.env. And here we have added if the publishable key is not available, then throw error, right? And after that, here we have to add the Clerk provider tag. So we have to import the Clerk provider tag. As you can see here, we have the next step, import Clerk provider. Let me just copy this and paste it here. After that, we can use the Clerk provider tag, and in that tag we can add the publishable key and this after sign out URL. So let's copy this line and come back here and let's paste it here before this router. So let's paste this line, and here we have the closing provider tag, so let's move it here. So now you can see the structure. First we have this Clerk provider tag, in this one we have the browser router, and in this one we have the app, and here we have provided the publishable key and after sign out URL, correct? Next we have to provide the key. So to get the Clerk key, let's come back here, and here we'll sign up using this link, sign in, and let's sign up or log in with the Google account, or you can use any other method also. So we will come to this Clerk dashboard, dashboard.clerk.com, and here we have to create a new application. So let's click on this button, create application, and here we'll add the application name. So let me add quick stay. Then click on create application button. And here we have the steps to use the Clerk. If I click on React, again we have the same documentation, right? Here you can see we have the environment variable, and in this one we have the key also. So let me just copy this and come back here. Open the environment variable and paste this one here. Now we have provided the Clerk publishable key. That's it. After adding it, we can use any of the Clerk component. So we have to add the Clerk component in the navigation bar. So let's open this navbar.jsx file, and in this one we have to add the functionality so that when we click on the login button, it will display a login component. So let's come here where you can see this login button, right? So in this login button we will add on click. Here we have the button tag. So in this button tag we will add on click. In this on click we have to add the open sign in function. So first we have to get it from the Clerk, right? So let's come here, and here after creating this state variables we will add const and curly braces. We will provide the open sign in, and we will get this open sign in from use Clerk. Let's click here. So use Clerk has been imported from this Clerk/Clerk React, correct? Now after that, here we will get the another data from the Clerk. So let's add const and we'll get the user. So just add curly braces user, and let's get this user from the use user. And now you can see the use user has been imported from Clerk, right? After that, we need the user button component also. So here we'll add user button. We will get it from the Clerk. That's it. Now let's come here in this login button. So in this login button, we will add the on click that we have already added, and here we'll add open sign in. That's it. Now just copy it and paste it in the second button also. So we have another button here. Here also we'll add this on click and open sign in for the mobile screen. So when we'll click here, it will open the login component. So just come here on our web page and click on this login button. So you can see it is opening a login or sign up component, right? And if I click on this continue with Google, we can easily sign in using my Google account, or we can also use this sign in with email address. So let me click on this button and sign in with my Google account. So now we are successfully logged in, but still it is displaying this login button here. Right? So when we are logged in, we have to hide this login button, and instead of this login button, it should display the user's profile image. Right? So let's come here and let's start with here where we have added the first login button. It is here for the desktop site. So in this one, instead of displaying this login button directly, we will use the ternary operator. So here, after this image, we have this button, right? So let me add a space here, and here we'll add curly braces, and in this one we'll get the user. So here we have added curly braces user, and we'll check when the user is available, then we'll display the user button component, and if it is not available, then we'll display a login button. So here we'll add this question mark and provide this small bracket, then we'll add colon and provide this small bracket like this. Now in the first one, we have to display the user button component that we'll get from the Clerk. So just add user button, close this tag, and in this second one we'll display this login button. Just move it here like this. Now in this user button component, we have to add the new menu that will be my bookings. So here we'll add user button dot menu items. Let's close this tag here, and in this one let's add user button dot action. Close this tag. Now in this action we will add the label. So the label will be my bookings like this, and after that we have to add the icon also. So here we'll add the label icon equal to curly braces, and here we will provide the icon component, and after that we will add the on click property also, so that when we click on this menu item, it will open another page. So here we will add on click, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this one we will add the navigate function. So first we have to get the navigate. So let's scroll up. So here we'll get the navigate using the use navigate function. So let's add it here. We will add const navigate equal to use navigate. We will get it from the React router DOM. You can see use navigate from React router DOM, and after that we will get the location also. So let's add const location equal to use location from React router DOM, and we need one icon also, right? So for the icon, here before this navbar, let's add const and we will add book icon. And in this book icon, we will create this arrow function and a small bracket. Now in this one, we will return one icon svg tag. So you will find the svg tag in the assets file, which is here in this assets.js file. You will find the svg code. So just copy and paste it here. So we have added this icon svg code. That's it. Now we can mount this icon. So let's scroll down and let's see where we have added the user button and action. Right. So in this one we have the label icon. So in this label icon, now we can provide our book icon component. So let's add book icon component, close this tag, and here in this on click, let's provide navigate, and in this navigate we will add the path, that is /my bookings. So when we click here, it will open the my bookings page like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see, instead of the login button, here we are getting the user profile icon, and if I click here, we have the manage account, my bookings, and sign out, right? Because we have added this my bookings using the user button tag, and we have added this icon also. If I click on manage account, it will open this account manage component, from where you can update the account details, right? And here we have the security, where you can delete the account and set the password. That's it. Now we have to add this in the mobile screen also. If I open it in a small screen, here you can see we have this mobile screen, right? So in this one also we have to add the user profile icon whenever we are logged in. So let's come here and we will copy this user button like this and scroll down. Here we have the mobile menu button, right? So before this mobile menu, we have to add that user profile icon. So here let's add curly braces and we will check whether we have the user or not. So when the user is available, then only we will display this user button component. So we have added the AND operator and provide this user button component. That's it. After that, let's see here. We have already added this on click in this button. It is correct. But here we have the dashboard button also. So this dashboard button will be visible whenever the user is logged in. So let's wrap it in the curly braces, and here we'll add the user, and then we'll add the AND operator. So when the user is available, then this dashboard button will be visible, right? And after that, here we have the login button also. So this login button will be visible when the user is logged out. So let's wrap it in curly braces, and here we'll add not of user and AND operator. So when the user is logged out, then only this login button will be displayed. That's it. And after that, in this dashboard, we have to add the on click, right? So here we'll add the on click property, then add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add this navigate, and in this navigate we have to provide the path, that is /owner. So when we'll click on the dashboard button, it will navigate us to the owner's dashboard, that is the property owner or hotel owner. After that, let's copy this on click property from here and let's come to another dashboard tag. So here we have this dashboard button, right? So in this one we'll add this on click property, so that when we click on this dashboard button, it will open the owner's dashboard or hotel property owner dashboard. And after adding it, let's come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the user profile icon, but the position is not looking good. So let me correct it. So we will come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have added this user button component, right? This is for the desktop view. After that we have this mobile view, right? So in this one also we have the user button. So let me just copy this curly braces that contains the user button, cut it from here, and we will paste it inside this div before this menu icon. So here let's add a space and provide this code within this div. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see the perfect position for this user's profile image. If I click here, it is opening this manage account, my bookings, and sign out. And if I open this menu, here we have this dashboard, and we don't have the login button because we are already logged in. And if I click on this, click on sign out and click on this menu icon, now we'll get the login button. So it is working fine. After that, in this navigation bar, we have added the scroll effect that will add the background color. So we will see that scroll effect when we scroll the web page. So that scrolling effect will be only for the home page. If I come back to the Figma design, you can see in the other page we have the white background for the navigation bar, right? You can see for different pages the navigation bar is white, right? So to keep the background white for the other pages, let's come back here in the VS Code, and in this navbar scroll up, and here in this use effect, here we have the use effect, right? So let me remove this React from here, and here we can use like this React and import this use effect from the React. Use effect has been imported, right? And from here also we can remove this React, and we can simply use this use a state. Click here. So use state has been imported. Now here in this use effect, let's add a space, and here we will add the if statement. We will add if, let's add location dot path name not equal to this /. Then we'll add this a statement that is set is scrolled, and we will make it true. And then we'll add the return. After that we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add set is scrolled, and let's make it false. After that, here we'll add the setter function set is scrolled, and in this one we'll get the previous value as the parameter and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll add location dot path name not equal to this /. If it is true, then we will add true, and if it is false, then we'll add the previous value only, like this. After that, we have to add this location dot path name in the dependency array, so that when the location path name will be changed, then it will execute this function written in this use effect. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see still we have this navigation bar looking like this only. Let me open it here. So now we have completed our navigation bar, and we have also completed the hero section. After that, let's come to the Figma design, and here you can see next we have to create this featured hotel section, right? And for that, first we have to create this card where we will display the hotel image, then hotel's name, location, price, and one button with the hotel rating, right? So to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. To create the hotel card, we will open this sidebar, and in this components folder, we will create a new component. So here, we will create a new file with the name hotelcard.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE to create the component structure. Now, in this card we will get the data from props, and here we will destructure the data in this parameter. So first we need the room and we need the index. So let's add curly braces, room and index. So wherever we will mount this hotel card component, in the prop we have to provide the room and index. Now in this return statement we will return a link tag so that this card will be clickable. So remove this div and here let's add the link tag. Just click here to import this link from React Router DOM. Now let's open and close this tag. So in this link tag we will add the to property so that when we will click on this link we will be redirected to a new URL. So here we have to provide the path. It will be /rooms/ then we'll add the room ID. So let's add room._ID. After that here we'll add the onClick also, and in this onClick we will add one function, and here simply add the scroll to and provide 0,0. So it will scroll the web page to the top when we are navigated to new page. After that we will add the key property, and in this key we will add the room._ID. So we have added the link tag. Now in this link tag we have to add the hotel image. So let's add the img tag, and here we'll get the image, and we'll get this image from the room. So let's add room, and in the room we will get multiple images. So this will be one array. So here we'll add the images. This is the images array, and from this one we will find the first image using this index 0. After that we have to add the text. So here we will add the p tag. In this p tag we will add the text called bestseller, right? After that we have to add a div, and in this div we will group the hotel name, and we will also add the rating. So within this div let's add another div, and here we will add the text, where we will add the text from this room. So let's add room dot hotel dot name. After that let's add one div, and within this we will add the star icons. So let's add the image tag. Here we will get the star icons from the assets. So just add assets dot star icon field. Then we'll add the alt property, and in the alt property we will add star icon. After that here we'll add the rating text. So let's add 4.5. Now here in this div we will add some classes so that all the icon and text will be aligned side by side. So here just add the class name property and provide these classes. Next we have to add the CSS properties for the hotel name. So in this p tag we will add the class name and provide these classes. We have updated the font, then text size and font weight, and provided the text color also. After that let's add the CSS properties for their parent div, that is this one. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes to align these things side by side. After that here we have this div. So in this one we have to add some space. So we will add the class name property and provide the padding and padding top. After adding it, here we have to add the CSS properties in this text also, that is bestseller. So in this one we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Let me add space here so that you can see properly. Now this bestseller tag will be displayed in the selected cards. For that, let me wrap it using curly braces like this, and here we will add the index. Let's add index %4 equal to 0. Then AND operator. If it is true, then only this p tag will be displayed. Now here we have the link tag also. So in this link tag also we will add the CSS properties. So we will add the class name property here, and here we will add these tailwind classes, where we have added the background, then we have added the text color and provided the shadow and border radius. After that, here we have the ratings in this div, and then we have closed this div. So after closing of this div, here we'll add one more div. So let's add another div here. In this div, let's add a space, and here we have to add one icon. So we will use this image tag, copy and paste it here. So in this one, let's replace the icon. It will be location icon. So we will select this one, and here we will update the alt text. It will be location icon, and from here remove this text. After that, here we will add the text in a span tag, and in this one we will add the location text. So we will get it from the room data. So we will add room dot hotel dot address. Now after this div, we will add another div, and in this one we have to add the price. So we will add the p tag, and here let's add $sign, that will be the currency symbol. After that we will add room dot price per night. Now in this one we have to add the other text, that is per night, like this. So we will wrap this one inside a span tag. So here let's add span tag and close it here. Now after that we have to add a button. So we'll add the button tag, and in this button we'll add the text, that is book now. So now in this one we have to add the CSS properties. So here in this button tag we'll add the class name and provide the CSS properties, and next we will add the CSS properties in this span tag. So here just add the class name and provide these classes. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes. Now we have to add the CSS properties in the previous div where we have added the location. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So now we have created our hotel card. After that we have to mount this hotel card in new component. So open this left sidebar, and here we have to create a new component with the name featured destination. So in this components folder, create a new file and write the file name featured destination.jsx. Now here we will add RAFC to create the component structure, and in this one let's add a div, and within this div we have to mount our card component, right? And in the card component we have to provide the hotel data. So first we'll get the dummy hotel data from our assets. So let's add curly braces, and here we'll add rooms dummy data that we are getting from this assets. Now in this one we will add the slice. So from this array we will get only 4 data. So let's add 0, 4, because in the featured section we will display only 4 hotels. After that we will add the map, and here let's add the function. Now in this function we will return this bracket, and here in this parameter we will get the room, and with that we will get the index. Now in this bracket we can mount our component. So let's mount the hotel card component. Now here we have to add the props. So first we'll add key, and in this key we'll add the room._id. After that we'll add the room property. So in this one we will add this room that we are getting from the parameter. After that we'll add the index and provide this index. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and next we have to mount this component, that is featured destination, in our home page. So we will open our home.jsx file, and after this hero, let's mount this featured destination component. Save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. It is blank, so let me check it. Right click and inspect. Here it says cannot read properties of undefined in hotelcard.jsx file. So let me check that file. So in this hotelcard.jsx we have added room.hotel. So we have to correct this spelling, we have missed this L. Now it is correct, hotel.name. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the list of hotels. We have the hotel profile picture, then we have the hotel image, then name, address and price. And in the right side you can see this book now button and this rating. So now we have to align it. So let me just come back here. We will open this featured destination.jsx file, and here we have mounted it in this div. So let's add the CSS properties for this div. So we will add the class name, and in this one we will provide the flex box. So we have added flex, flex wrap, item center, justify center, gap and margin. Now here we have the first div. So in this one also we'll add the CSS properties. So in this one we have to add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now save the changes, and now you can see the alignment for these hotels are looking good. But from these cards the background color and shadow is missing. So let me correct it. We will come back here, and in this hotel card.jsx file you can see in this image tag we have added this class name property, right? So let me remove it. We have to add it in the link tag. So let's cut it from here and we will paste it in this link tag. So here let's add a space and paste it here. So we have provided these classes in the link tag. Now save the changes, and after that come back to the web page. Now you can see these cards are looking perfect. Here we have the bestseller in the first and third one, and here we have very light shadow. You can see the hover effect on these book now button. Next we have to add a title here, and below this card there will be one button. So first we have to create a component to write a title, so that we can use the same format title in other places also. So we will come back to the VS Code, and in the left sidebar here we will create a new component in the components folder. So in this components folder let's create a new file with the name title.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE to create the React component. After that, in this one, we have to add a text and one description. So first we'll add the title text in h1 tag, and after that we'll add the description in p tag. So in this one, we will get the title from the props. So here we will destructure the props. So first we need the title. After that we need the subtitle like this. After that, in the CSS properties, we will add different alignment so that we can align the text in the center or left side. So we will get the data from the props. So here we will get align property, and after that we will get the font also. So let's add font. So we will get these data from props. After that, here in this h1 tag we can place the title text, and in this p tag we can place the subtitle, that will be the small description. Now here in this h1 we will add the class name property, and in this class name property we have to add curly braces, then add backticks, and within this backticks we will add these classes like this. After that we will add $ curly braces so that we can insert the template literal, and here we will add the font. Suppose we have provided the font from here, then it will be added here, and if it is not available, in that case we will add the OR operator and we will provide the font play fair, this one. Now we will add the CSS properties in this p tag also. So here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide these classes. Next, in this parent div also we will add the class name property, and here again we will add curly braces and backticks so that we can insert the template literal. So first we will insert these tailwind classes, and after that let's add $ curly braces, and here we'll add align. So let's add if the align is left. So if it is true, then only we will add this CSS property. So we will add medium, items start, and text left. That's it. So we have created a title component. Now we can use this title component in the featured destination. So let's open the featured destination section, and in this one, here we have a div where we have mounted all the hotel card. So before this hotel card, here we will mount the title. So let's add title. So you can see the title component has been imported. Close this tag, and here we have to provide the props. So first we will add the title prop, and in this title we will add the text. So we will add the quote so that we can provide the text here. So the title text is featured destination, correct? And after that we will add the subtitle. So here let's add the subtitle equal to, and here also we will add the text. So here we will add one small text, this one. So we have added only two props in this title property. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the featured destination title and this subtitle. Then we have these cards, and after that we will create the buttons. So let's come back, and here after closing of this div where we have mounted all the hotels. So after closing of this div, here we will add the button tag. So let's create the button, and in this button we will add the button text, that is view all destinations. So this is the button text, and after that in this button we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes, correct? Now in this button we have to add the on click also. So let's add space here. We will add the on click, and in this on click we have to add the arrow function, and in this arrow function let's provide navigate. So we have to get the navigate from React router DOM. So let's add import. We will get the use navigate from React router DOM. So we have imported use navigate. Now let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and now we can use this here. Let me correct this spelling, navigate, and copy this one and paste it in this on click, and here in this on click provide this navigate, and here let's add the path. So it will be /rooms. So it will open the rooms page. After that we will add a scroll to property, and in this scroll to let's add 0, 0, so it will scroll the web page to the top. That's it. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this button, all destinations, and if I click here, it is opening this /rooms route or rooms page, and if I click on logo, it will open the home page. And now you can see the effect in this navigation bar also. If I scroll this web page, you can see the background becomes white so that we can see all the menu items clearly, right? And if I scroll to the top, it becomes transparent. So this navigation bar is looking good, and we have created the hero section and this featured destination section. After that, let's see our Figma design. So here you can see in this Figma we have this featured hotels, and after that here we have this exclusive offers, right? So we have to create this exclusive offers section where we will add the title and description in the left side. In the right side we have to add a button, and then we will display 3 thumbnails like this. So let's create this one. So for that we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this sidebar, and in this sidebar we will create a new component, that is exclusive offers. So let's create a new file in this components folder and write the file name exclusiveoffers.jsx. Here we will add RAFC to create the component structure, and in this one here we have one div, and in this one we have to add one title, and in the right side we have to add a link. So within this div we will create another div, and here in the div we have to create 2 items, that will be title and a button. So let's add the title component, import the title component. After this title, let's add the button also. So in this button we will add the text called view all offers like this. Let's move it like this, and here in this button after this text we have to add one icon also. So we have to use the image tag, and in this image src we have to provide the assets dot arrow icon, and here in the alt property we will add the arrow icon, correct? And after that in this image we will add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Now here we have added the title. So for this title we have to provide the alignment property, right? So let's add the align, and here we will add the left. So when we provide left, then the title will be aligned in the left side. We have to provide it in single quote. After that we will provide the title, and here we will add the title text. So the title text is exclusive offers. After that we have to provide the subtitle, and in this subtitle we will provide this a small description like this. So now we have mounted the title and this button. Save the changes, and next we have to provide this exclusive offers component in the home page. So open home.jsx. Here it is. Let's mount this exclusive offers. Select it. So exclusive offers component has been imported. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here at the bottom you can see here we have this text, then description, then this link, view all offers and arrow icon. So we have to align it side by side. So we will come back to the VS Code. Open our exclusive offers.jsx file, and here we have this div. So in this div we have to add the flex box. So just add class name property and provide these classes so that it will be aligned side by side. And here we have the parent div also. So in this one we'll add the class name property and we will provide these element classes. You can check this one here. That's it. After that, here we have the button, then we have this closing div tag, right? So this will be the first div where we have added 2 items. So after that we will add the space, and here we will add another div, and in this div we have to display the cards, right? So before that we will come back to the web page and let's see the changes. So here you can see in the left side we have this exclusive offers and this text, and here in the right side we have this view all offers button, but this alignment is not good for this text and arrow icon. To fix it we will come back here, and in this button tag also we will add the class name. So here we will add the class name and provide these classes. So we have provided this one. Save the changes. Now you can see this link is looking good, and here we have this hover effect on view all offers button. Now it is looking good. After that we will display the cards like this. You can see here we have this card, and in this one we have different images and different text. So we have added all these text data in the assets. So we will take the data from the assets and we will display it here. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we have created a div. So in this one let's add curly braces and we will get the data. So let's add exclusive offers from the assets file. This will be one array, so we can use the map method, and in this one we will add the arrow function, and here we will get the individual item, and after that we will return one small bracket, and in this one we will return a div, right? Now in this div we have to add the key property, and in this key let's add the item dot underscore id. After that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide these classes like this. Next we have to add the background image. So here we'll add the style property, and in this style property let's add curly braces, background image. In the background image we will add backticks URL, and in this URL we will add $sign curly braces and provide item dot image. That's it. So we have provided the background image for this div. Now in this one we have to add the text in p tag. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add curly braces, and the text will be item dot price offer or price off, and after that we will add percentage off like this. And after that here we have to add the CSS properties also. So in this p tag we will add the class name property and provide these Kelvin classes. After closing of this p tag, here we will add a div so that we can group some elements in this div. So in this one we have to add a p tag where we will add the item title. So let's add this item title. Now duplicate this one. The second one will be item description. Now duplicate it, and in the next one we will add expires. After that we will add the item dot expiry date. So we have added these data. After that we have to add a button also. So after closing of this div we will add the button tag like this, and in this one we have to add the button text, that is view offers, and with that we will add the icon also. So add the img tag, and in this image we will add the assets dot arrow icon, and after that we will add the alt property, and the alt property will be arrow icon. And here also we will add the classes in this image. So here let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Right, now let's add the CSS properties in this button tag. So in this button tag we will provide these classes. Next we have to add the CSS properties for these items, that is title, description and expiry date. So in the title we will add the class name and provide these classes. After adding it, let's come to the third p tag, and here we'll add the class name property. In this one let's provide text extra small and this text color and margin top. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have these cards, right, but the alignment is not good, so we will come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have this div where we have mounted all the cards. So in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the grid classes. So just add this classes in this div. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see the alignment for this exclusive offers is looking good. So we have completed this exclusive offers section. You can see the hover effect when we move cursor on any of card, and this arrow icon is moving towards right. So it is good. Now let's see the Figma design. So in this one you can see after this exclusive offers, here we have our users testimonial section. To create this one we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and in this components folder we will create a new file with the name testimonial.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create this testimonial component, and here we have to add the title. So we will add the title component. Let's import the title component, and in this title component we have to provide the props, right? So first we will add the title prop. So the title is what our guests say. After that we will add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we will add this description. So we have added the title and subtitle for the testimonial section. After that we have to add the class name in this div. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes like this. Correct? Now save the changes and come back to the web page. But before that we have to mount this testimonial component on our home page. So we will open home.jsx file. Here it is, and here let's mount this. So the testimonial component has been imported. Close this tag, and now you can see this text here, what our guests say, and here we have this description. After that we have to display 3 testimonial data, and we have the data available in the assets file, but we will use the design available on this pre-built UI. So again come to this prebuiltui.com website, and in this one we will come to this left sidebar and open testimonial. Let me scroll down. So here we have this testimonial section. So we are going to use this one. So let's click on this code, and here we have this. code. So let me just copy this entire div from here. Let's copy this one and come back here. We will open testimonial.jsx file, and after this title we will paste this div. So in this div we have added the flex wrap, item center and justify center. So let me remove this justify center from here. We will add gap, margin top and margin bottom will be removed from here. That's it. After that, here we have to provide this testimonials data, and we'll get this testimonials data from the assets. So here we'll add the import statement and we will import the testimonials from our asset, right? And using this testimonials we will map the testimonial data on the web page. So here we'll get the testimonial ID, then testimonial image, then we will get the testimonial name. After that we will get the address. So instead of address we have the location data. So let's add location like this. If I open our asset file, here we have the asset.js. So in this one we will scroll down. Here you can see we have the testimonials array where we have the ID, name, address, then we have the image, rating, review, and we have the address only, right? So we will use the address here in this testimonials. We will use this testimonial dot address property. It is correct. And after that, here we have this star rating. So instead of adding the star rating like this, we will create a separate component for it and we will mount it here. So let me remove it from here. So here we have this flex, item center, gap 1 and margin top, right? So after that, in this components folder, let's create a new component. So let's create a new file with the name star rating .jsx, and here we will use the RAFC snippet, and in this one here we have the div. So let's make it a fragment, and in this fragment we will paste this code, that is array5 fill, and in this fill we will add this empty string, then we will add the map underscore index. Let me move it towards left. Then we have the stars. So instead of this star we have to add the image. So let's add the img tag, and in this image tag let's add curly braces, and here we will use the rating, and we will get the rating from this props. So here let's add curly braces and provide the rating equal to 4. Suppose we have the rating equal to 4, right? So here we will use this rating greater than this index. So in that case we will add the assets dot a star icon field, and we will add the colon, and here we will use assets dot a star icon outlined, this one, and here in this alt property we will add the star icon. So we have added a star icon. After that we have to add the height and width. So we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide the height and width 4.5 like this. Now we have to mount this star rating component here in this testimonial. Let's add opening arrow a star rating. Let's click here, so it will get imported, and mount this component here. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. So after this, what our guests say. Title, here we have 3 testimonial data where you can see the name, location, then we have the star rating, and then we have the testimonial text. After that we have to increase the width of these testimonial cards. So we will come back to the VS Code, and in this testimonial you can see here we have this div. So this div is representing individual testimonial card. So in this one we have this maximum width. So just remove this one. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So now this testimonial is looking perfect. So we have completed our testimonial section also. After that we will come back to the Figma design, and here you can see after this testimonial here we have this newsletter subscription section where we have to create this title, description, and we have to add the input fields. So to create this section, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and in this sidebar we have to create a new component. So the component name will be newsletter. So let's create a new file in this components folder with the name newsletter.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, first we have to add the title. So before adding the title, let me just come back to the web browser, and we will get this design from the pre-built UI. So let's go to the prebuiltui.com, and here in this left sidebar we will search for newsletter. Let's open this newsletter from here on this prebuiltui.com, and here we have different design for creating these newsletter section. So we are going to use this one, dark newsletter. So just click on this code and we will copy this code from here. Let's copy the entire div and come back here. So here we will replace this div. That's it. So in this one, let's see, we have the first div where we have the flex, column, item center. So here we have the width full. So let me remove this. We have this width full for larger screen already there. Then we have the maximum width, then rounded, then we have the text white. It is good. After that, here we have the title and text. So we can remove this one. We can use our own title component. Correct? So we have removed it, and after that we have a div where we have the input field and a button. So in this button tag, let me remove this SVG, and here we will add our image. So add the img tag, and in this image tag let's add the assets, and from this assets we will find the arrow icon, and after that we will add the alt property, that is arrow icon, and then we'll add the classes also. So here we have added alt property and the class name. So we have added the width, invert, group hover, and transition all. So we have added the input field, button, and after that we have a small text in p tag. So after adding it, save the changes, and here we will open home page. So we will open home.jsx, and after this testimonial we will mount this. So let's mount newsletter. So mount this newsletter component, save the changes, and come back to the web browser. And here if I scroll down, it should be displayed here, but it is not available. Let me refresh it. So it is not working. So let me right click and inspect. Then console. Newsletter does not provide the export name, so we have to correct it. Let me come back here and open the newsletter.jsx. So in this sidebar, by mistake I have created two files. Here we have the newsletter, and this is the newsletter.jsx. So let me delete the first one, right click and delete. So now we have only newsletter.jsx. Save the changes. Let me refresh the web page. It should work now. So let me just come back and open our home.jsx file. So in this home.jsx, let me import newsletter. It is already imported here, so it is working now. So now here you can see after this testimonial we have the newsletter where we have the input field and subscribe button, and we have the hover effect on this subscribe button, and it is looking same as we have this in the Figma design. So here we have to add the title only. So we can add the title here. Let's open newsletter.jsx file, and before this div we will mount the title component. So simply add title component, and in this one we have to add the props. So first we'll add the title property. So let's add title stay inspired. After that we'll add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we will add the description. So let's add one small description here. So this is the description text. After that just come back to web browser. So here we have the text and description, and then we have the input fields. So we have completed our newsletter section as you can see in this Figma design. So after that we have to create the footer, and in this footer you can see we have 4 columns. In the left one we have the logo and some text, then we have 2 other columns, and in the 4th column we have the text and input field. Then we have this bottom area, and in this bottom area we have the copyright message, and in the right side we have some links. So we have to create this footer. For that we will come back to the VS Code and open the left sidebar, and in this one we will open a new component. So create a new file with the name footer.jsx, and here we will add the RAFCE snippet. That's it. Now to create this footer we will take the design from the prebuiltui.com. So let's come back to the web browser and open prebuiltui.com. So on this prebuiltui.com we will come to left sidebar, and here we will search for footer. So here we have this footer. Let me open it, and you can see the URL prebuiltui.com/component/footer. So in this one let's scroll down, and here you can see we have this footer component where you can see 4 columns, right? First, second, third and fourth, and in the first one we have the text and icons, then in the last one we have the input field, and at the bottom we have the copyright message and this links. So we have to use this footer design. So just click on this code and copy the code from here. So we will copy the entire div from here. Let's copy the entire div and come back to the VS Code and replace this div. So we have provided the footer code. Now in this one we will add our own text, and we will add the icons. So let's see the top. So here we have this text color, then we have the padding, and after that we have the padding for different screen size. So in this one we have to add the background color also. So here let's add a space, and in this one we'll add BG and this color code. So we have added our own background color for this footer. After that here we have this div that contains all the column. Then we have this first column. In the first column we have this image, right? So let me remove the image link from here, and here we will add our own logo. So let's add curly braces and provide assets.logo. So we have added the logo, and after that we have a small text, and this is the text. So here we will replace our own text. So let's add our own text here in this p tag. After that here we have a div that contains all the social media icon. So let me remove the first icon. So remove the svg tag, and here we will add the image tag. In this image let's add the src and use the assets.instagram icon, and here in the alt property we will add the Instagram icon. Then we have to add the class name also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add the width, that is 6. That's it. So we have added the Instagram icon. Let me remove the comment from here. Remove the other icons. Remove the comment. So now we have only one icon here. Let me duplicate it. In the second one we'll add Facebook icon. In the next one we'll add Twitter icon. Duplicate this one, and then we'll add the LinkedIn icon. And in the alt text also we'll update the text. So the last one is LinkedIn icon, and the third one is Twitter, and the second one is Facebook, and the width will be same. So this was the first column. After that, let's see the second column, which is this one. So here we have this text, and in this one we have the text gray, and then we have the text large, and here we'll add our own font family. So let's add the font Playfair. After that we have the link text. So this is about career, press, blog and partners. It is correct. And after that scroll down, and here we have another div, that is the third one. So here also we'll add the font family. That's it. And in this one we have this link text. Correct. After that scroll down, and let's see the next column. So in the next column we have the title, and in this title let's add the font family, font Playfair. After that we have the small description. Then we have a div, and in this div we have a input field. After this input field we have a button, and in this button we have a very large SVG code. So remove it, and here we will add our image. So let's add the image tag and provide curly braces assets dot arrow icon, and after that we will add the alt property, and we will add some CSS properties also. So we will add alt and class name and provided the width and invert. That's it. Save the changes. Now let's scroll down, and here we have a horizontal line, right, using this HR tag. And after that we have this bottom content. So in the bottom we have the copyright message and some links. So these are the link, privacy, terms and sitemap. And in the left side we have a copyright message. So in the copyright message we'll add the symbol, then year, and after that we'll add the text called quick stay, all right reserved, or I can write great stack, all right reserved. Now save the changes and come back to the app.jsx file. So let's open our app.jsx, and we will mount it here so that this footer will be displayed on all the pages, right? So here you can see we have a routes tag, and this routes tag is enclosed in this div. So after closing of this div, here we will mount our footer. Let's import this, close this tag. So we have mounted this footer outside of this routes so that this footer will be displayed on all pages. Now save the changes and come back here on our web browser. So scroll down, and here you can see we have this footer where you can see the logo, then some text and social media icons, then we have the company links, then support links, and then we have the input field for email subscription. Next we have to replace this logo. You can see it is in the white color, so we will replace this logo from here. So let's come back in the footer.jsx file. So here it is, footer.jsx, and in this one we have added this logo, right? So in this logo we have added the class name, that is margin bottom, then height and this medium screen height. After that we will add the invert. So when we invert it, the white color will be converted into black. So after adding it, we have to add the opacity also. So here we'll add opacity. So let's make it 80. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the logo in black color and this footer is looking nice. So we have completed our home page. So in this home page we have created this navigation bar, then hero section, then featured destination, then exclusive offers, then testimonial, then email subscription section, and then we have created the footer. After that we will create the other pages like you can see in this Figma design. Here we have other page like this hotel detail page, then hotel list page and my bookings page. Correct? So to create that we will come back to the VS Code. Here we will close these files that is not required. So let's close this footer, star rating, newsletter, testimonial, exclusive offer, featured destination, title, then hotel card, Navbar, then hero and home. Let's close this environment also. And after that, in this left sidebar, here you can see we have this pages folder. So in this pages folder we will create a new page and the page name is all rooms. So here right click and create a new file in this pages folder and write the file name allrooms.jsx. We will add RAFCE to create the component. Now here we have to create the component that will display all the rooms list. So let me come back to the Figma design, and in this design you can see this is the all room page where we will display the room or hotel image, then details like this, and in the right side we will display the filter. Using that we can filter the rooms or hotels. So if I come back to the home page and click on this hotels, you can see it is opening this path, that is localhost port 5173/rooms. So we will mount this one on this path, and here we already have the navigation bar and footer. So let's add the content on this page. So here we'll come back to VS Code, and here we have this all rooms, right? So we have to mount it. So let me add the text here, all rooms. After that we will open app.jsx, and here we have already added one path, right? So after that let me duplicate this path, that is route tag, and here we will add the path name, that is /rooms, and at this path we will provide the all rooms component. So here we'll add all rooms. It has been imported. Close this tag. So we have mounted this all rooms component at this URL /rooms. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here it should display the all rooms text, but it is not visible here because it is hidden behind this navigation bar, right? You can see it gets hidden. So we have to change the position. So let me add the actual content here. We will come back to the VS Code and open allrooms.jsx file. So in this one, first we will add the CSS properties. In this first div we will add the class name, and here we will provide these classes. Now save the changes. So after that you can see all rooms text here. You can clearly see this. Correct? After that we have to divide the content in two parts, that is left side and right side. And in the left side we will add these title and description and then list of hotels, and in the right side we will display this filter. So let's come back, and here we will remove this h1, and here we will add a div. So this div is for the left side. After that we will create another div, and in that one we will add the filters. So here let's add comment filters, and we will add a div. So in this div we have to add the filter. So let's start with the left side only, and in this left side div first we have to add the title and description, and we will wrap the title and description in a div. So let's add a div, and in this one we will add the title in h1 tag, and the title is hotel rooms. Then we'll add the text in p tag, and in this one we will add this a small description. Correct? After that, for this title we have to add the CSS properties. So in this h1 we will add these tailwind classes, and after that we'll add the CSS for this p tag. So here also we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes in this p tag. Correct? Now we will add the CSS properties for the div that wraps this title and description. So here let's add the class name and provide this tailwind classes. After that, come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this title and description in the left side. After that, let's come back here, and after closing of this div we will add the space, and here we have to display the rooms. So we already have the dummy data in our asset, so let's add curly braces and get that dummy data. So just add rooms dummy data from the asset. It has been imported. Now in this one we will add the map, and here we will add the arrow function, and it will return this small bracket, and in this one let's add the individual room data as a parameter. Now here we will return a div. So here in this div first we have to provide the image, and here let's add the image src, and in this image src we will add the room that we are getting from the parameter, and from this one we will find the images, and in this one we have multiple images, so we will get the first image using this index 0. After that, here we have the alt property. So here in this alt property we will add the hotel img. Correct? Now here we will add the title also. So in this image we will add the title property, that is view room details. After that, here we have to add the class name, so just add the class name property, and for this image we will provide these tailwind classes. Next we have to add the on-click property on this image, so that if I click on this image it will open another page where we can see the details about this particular hotel. So here in this image let's add a space and add the on-click property, and in this on-click we will add the arrow function, and here we will add the code that will open a new page. So for that we have to use the use navigate. So we will get it from the React router DOM. So before this return a statement, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Let's click here, so it will get imported. Correct? Now let's copy this navigate and paste it here in this arrow function, and here we have to provide the path, so that when we click on this one it will open this path. So here we have to add the template literals, so just add backticks / rooms / then $ curly braces, and here we'll add the room ._id. So it will open this path when we click on this image. After that, here we have to display some other data for this room. So to display that we will use a div tag, and in this div first we have to add the location. So let's add the p tag, and to get the location we will use room.hotel.city. After that we will add another p tag, and in this p tag we will display the name. So here we will get the name using room.hotel.name. Correct. And after that we have to display the rating. So let's add a div, and in this div we will add the class name properties. So let's add the class name, and within this div we can mount our component. So let's add the component, a star rating. Click here. So a star rating component has been imported, so it will display the ratings. After this rating we will add the text also. So let's add the text 200 plus reviews, and then we'll add the class name properties also, and here we'll add margin from left side like this. Next, come to this div. So in this div we have to add some CSS properties. So let's add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, and after that we will provide the classes in this city. So just add class name and provide this text gray. Next we have to add the CSS properties in the text where we have added the hotel name, this one. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in the p tag where we are displaying the hotel name. And when we click here, it should open the hotel detail page. So we can copy the on click from here. Let me just copy this, and let me add one more thing in this one. So here we have added this ID. So in this image tag we have added this navigate. So let me wrap it in a curly braces like this. After that here we'll add the comma, and here we'll add one more data, that is a scroll to, so that we redirect it to new page and it will scroll the web page to the top. So here just add a scroll to and provide 0, 0. Now let me just copy the entire on click from here, and we can paste it in this p tag. So let's add the space here and paste this one, so that when we click on the hotel name it will open the hotel detail page. After that here we have added the review text, then closing div. After this closing div, let's add another div, and in this one we have to display the location icon and location name. So let's add the image tag, and in this image src let's add assets dot location icon, and after that we will add the alt property. So the alt property is location icon. Then we'll add the text in a span tag. So in this span tag we will add curly braces and provide the hotel address. So just add room.hotel.address, right? Next we have to add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So this page is blank. Let me just check it. We will come back to the VS Code. Here you can see in this arrow function we have missed this arrow. So let's add it here. We have corrected it. Now save the changes, and after that you can see here we have the list of hotels, and with that we have the click feature. If I click here, you can see it is opening another path like this. Let's come back, and if I click on the hotel name, it is also opening this path, that is the hotel detail page. Let's come here, and after that you can see we have the thumbnail, then we have the city name, then we have this title, review, and then address. Correct. Next we have to display the amenities. If I come back to the Figma design, you can see here we have the details in the right side, and after this address we have the amenities and price, right? So we have to add these data. So let's come here in VS Code and let's see the div. So here we have this div where we have provided the image. So first we'll add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name property, and in this one we will add these tailwind classes. so that it will align the content side by side. The thumbnail will be displayed in the left side. Next, in this one, we have to add the key property. So let's add key, and in this key just add room._id. Now come here, you can see the thumbnail in the left side, and in the right side we have the city, name, then rating and address. So let's add the amenities and pricing. For that, let's come here, scroll down, and here we have this closing div that contains the address. So after that, let's add another div. Let me add the comment here so that we can identify the div. Here we have added room amenities, correct? So in this one, we have to display the room amenities, and we have the room data, right, from the arrow function parameter. So let's add curly braces, and we will add room dot amenities, and in this one we'll add the map method. So here we'll get the arrow function and then return this small bracket, and here we'll get the item and index. Now in this one we have to return a div, and in this div we will add the image. So let's add the image and src. So here just add the facility icons. So in this facility icon we have to provide the item that we are getting from the parameter. After that, in this alt property also we'll add curly braces item. Then we have to add the CSS properties. So just add the class name and provide the width and height. After that, we'll add the text in p tag. So in this text we will add item, and then we'll add the CSS properties here. So just add class name property and provide this tailwind class. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name, and here we'll add the flex box. So we have provided these tailwind classes, correct? Now here we have this div, that is the individual amenity. So here first we'll add the key property, and in this key property we will add index. After that we'll add the class name property, and here we will provide these tailwind classes like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the amenities image and text like this. It is looking nice. After that we have to display the price. So let's come back, and here you can see we have this closing div here. So after this closing div we will add the text. So before that we will add the comment. So let me add the comment room price per night, and in this one let's add the p tag, and here we have to display the pricing. So first we'll add the currency symbol, that is $, and then we'll add curly braces room dot price per night. After that we'll add the text /night. So here we'll get the price, and after that in this one we have to add the class name property. So let's add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, that is text XL font medium gray 700, that is the text color. After adding it, save the changes and let's open our web page. So here you can see we have the price also. It looks nice. Next we have to create the right sidebar. In the right side we have to display the filters. Using that we can filter the hotels. So let's come back. So here we have already created a div for this filter. So before creating it, let me see our Figma design. So in this design file, you can see in the right side, we have this container and that contains a title like filters and this clear option. So we have to create this first, and we have to create this container also with this border. So let's come back, and here first in this div we will add the CSS properties to create the border box. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that we will create the first div that contains our title, and the title is filter. So let's add this filter here. And after that we will add a div, and in this div we will add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the text called clear. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see here we have the filters and clear, right? So now we have to align the content. So let's come back here, and here we will add the CSS properties. So this clear text will be displayed on large screen, and on a smaller screen we will display another text. Using that we can hide and display the filter. So here we will add class name property and provide hidden. So by default it will be hidden on a smaller screen, and for large and above screen it will be visible. And before this span, let me add another span tag, and in this span we can add the text either hide or show. So let's add hide like this, and it will be hidden on larger screen. It will be displayed on a smaller screen only. So here we have to add the class name property and provide LG hidden. That's it. Now to align this one, here we have to add CSS properties in this div. So in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes, and let's provide the CSS properties for this filter text also. So here just add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now let's see this. Here you can see we have the updated size for this text and this clear text, correct? And if I open it in a small screen, so in a small screen you can see here we have the text called hide, and in the larger screen here we have the text called clear. Now we have to hide or display this filter on a smaller screen. For that we will create a state variable. So just come back to the VS Code, scroll up, and here before this return we will create a state variable. So just add const and write the variable name, that is open filters, and the setter function name is set open filters, and it will be user state, and initialize it with false. So by default it will be false. Now let's copy it and scroll down, and here we will use the ternary operator. So in this one, instead of adding this hide, here we will use the ternary operator. So let's add curly braces and use this open filters. If it is true, then we will add the text called hide. It means the filter is already open, so we can hide it, and if it is hidden then we will display it. So here we will add the another text called show, that will show the filter like this. And here we have to add the onClick property also, so that we can hide and display this. So here let's add onClick and create the arrow function, and here we will use the setter function set open filters, and here we will provide not of open filters. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true like this. And after that we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name, and here we will add the curly braces backticks. So in this backticks we will add these tailwind classes, and here we have used this template literal. So it is checking when the open filters is true, then only we will display this border bottom, correct? So this is the first div that contains the filter text and clear text. Correct? After that, here we'll create another div. And in this div, we will display the filter options. So first, let's add the class name. And here we will add curly braces. And we will add backticks. Then use the $, curly braces. And in this one, let's add open filters. So whenever it is true, then we will add the height auto so that it will be visible, and when it is false, we have to hide it. So here we will add the height 0. And with that, we will add LG height auto. That's it. Now we'll add the overflow hidden, and after that we will add the transition and transition duration. So just added this transition all duration 700. Now within this div, we will display the different option for filter. So let's add the first div, and here let's add the class name property, where we'll add the padding X and padding top. Correct? And in this one, we will add the text in p tag, and in this text we'll add the text called popular filters. And then we'll add the class name property also, and here we'll add these classes like this. Next, we have to add the filter using room type, price range, and we have to add the sort options. So for that, we will create some arrays, and we will also create the checkbox component so that we can directly use the component instead of writing every time. So you can see in this design file, here we have the input field, like checkbox input field component, right? So we'll create this component and we can directly use it multiple times using the map. And here we have to create the radio buttons also. So for that, let's come here, scroll up, and here we have to create some data. So let's add const, and we'll add the array called room types, where we will define all the room types available. So here in this one, let's add the different room types, that is single bed, double bed, luxury room, family suite. After that, let's create another array. So here we will create another array with price range. So we have added const price range. It will be 0 to 500, 500 to 1000, and so on. After that, we will add another array. So here we have created another array, sort options, where we can sort using price low to high, high to low, and newest first. So we have created these array, and now we'll create the component also. So before this all rooms function, we'll create const, and here we'll use the checkbox. So write the component name or function name checkbox, and in this checkbox we'll add the arrow function, right? And here in this component we'll get the data using props. So here we'll add the curly braces to destructure the props. So here we will get label. After that we'll get the selected, and the default value will be false. So just add selected false. After that we'll add one onChange function. So let's add this onChange function. Now in this one we will return a div. So let's return and add this small bracket. So instead of returning a div, we will return a label tag. And in this label tag, let's add the classes. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. Now in this label tag, we have to add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox, right? And here we have to add the checked property. So let's add checked, and it will be this one. Let's copy this, select it, paste it here. After that, we'll add the onChange, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function. Here we will get the event, and here let's add onChange that we are getting from here. And in this one, let's provide e.target.checked property. After that, here we have to add the label. So let's add the comma label. Next, we have to add the span tag. So in this span tag, let's add this label. And here we'll add the CSS properties. So provide the class name and provide these tailwind classes. So we have created the checkbox component. Now we can simply use this component to display multiple checkbox with the label text. After that, we have to add another component. So let me duplicate this one. And here we'll add the component name radio button. And in this radio button, we will get the label, then selected false, and onChange this arrow function. After that, here we will return the label tag, and here also we have the same classes. And in the input type, we will add radio. So the type is radio. Then we will add the name. So let's add the name, that is sort option. After that, we have the checked property, it will be selected, and then we have the onChange. Here in this onChange, let's remove this event, and we can simply provide this label. That's it. Now save the changes, and next scroll down. Here we have added popular filters, right? So after that, let's add curly braces, and we will use room types dot map method, and here we will add the arrow function. It will return this small bracket, and in this one we will mount the checkbox component. So let's add this checkbox. Correct. Now in this checkbox, we will add the key property, and in this key, let's add the index. So we will get the index from this room type. So let's add this parameter room and index, and here we'll use this index, right? And in the label, let's add room. So we have provided this checkbox here. After that, let's duplicate this entire div. So let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the text called price range. So let's add it here, price range. Then we have this room types. So instead of this room types, we will add price range, and here we'll add the range like this, and here also we'll add the range, but instead of adding this range like this, we will add backticks, and here we'll add currency symbol. After that, we will add $sign, curly braces, and provide this range here. So we have added another filter option, that is price range. Now let me duplicate it, and in this one we have to add sort by. So let's add the text sort by, and here we will use this sort option. So we have added sort options array, and in this one we will mount the radio button components. So let me remove it, and here we'll add the option in this parameter, and here we will mount the radio button component, right? And in this one we'll add the key property, it will be index, and after that we have to add the label, and in this label we will add the option like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So in the right side, you can see all the filter option like popular filters using room type, then price range and sort by. But here you can see we don't have a space at the bottom. So let me add the space here. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here in the last one we will add padding bottom 7. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the space here. Now let me open it in a smaller screen. So you can see that filter is hidden from here. And if I click on this show option, it will display this filter, and if I click on hide, it will hide this filter. So like this we can hide and display this filter on mobile screen, correct? And if I open it in desktop view, so this filter will be always visible. So we have completed this hotel rooms page also, where we are displaying all the hotel room, correct? Next we will display the individual hotel detail or room detail page. Like if I click here, it will open this page where you can see the rooms and room ID or hotel ID. So we have to create this page. So let's see the design first. So in this Figma design, you can see this is the hotel detail page where we have to display the hotel's name, review, then address, then we will display the images. We will display all images, and after that we will display the price and amenities. Then we will display the check availability option, then we will display these text, right? So we will create this hotel detail page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code. From here we will close this file, and after that let's come to sidebar, and in this pages folder we will create a new file. So the file name will be room details. So here in this pages folder, let's create a new file, that is roomdetails.jsx. So this is the room details page. Here we'll create the component using RAFCE, and we have to mount this component. So let's open app.jsx, and in this app.jsx, after this route, let's create another route, and here we will add the path, that is /rooms/:id, and in this element we will mount the room details component. So room details component has been imported, and here we have mounted it on this path /rooms/:id. Now let's come here, and here let's add the text room details, and here let's add some padding. So let's add class name, padding top, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this room details. If I come here, go to hotels and click on any image, so now you can see here we are getting room details, and in the URL we are getting this room ID. Now we have to take this room ID, and using that we will find the particular hotel, and we will find all the details about that hotel or room. So let's come back here. We will remove this text, and here before this return statement, let's add const curly braces ID, and we will get this ID from the use params. Let's click here. So use params has been imported from React Router DOM. So from the parameter, URL parameter, will get the ID, right? And using this ID we can find the room, and we have the room dummy data in our asset. So after finding the room, we will store it in a state variable. So let's create the state variable also. So write the const, and the state variable name is room, and the setter function name is set room, and here we will add use state. Use state has been imported, and by default we will add null, so it will initialize it using null. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will add another state variable, that is main image, and the setter function name is set main image. So this will be for particular room. We have multiple images, right? So we will add only one main image. That's it. After that, we will create a use effect. So here, let's add use effect, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, correct? And after that, here we'll add comma dependency array. Now in this function we have to find the rooms, so let's add rooms dummy data. We will get this rooms dummy data from the asset file. You can see it has been imported from the assets. After that, here we'll add the find method, and in this find method we have to add one arrow function with parameter room, and here let's provide room dot underscore id equal to id that we are getting here in this use params. So if the id is matching, then we will get that particular room from the list. So we will store it in a variable. So here we will add const and write room equal to this one. So we will get the room. After that, we have to use the setter function to set this room in this state. So here let's add room. So when the room is available, then we will add the setter function set room and provide this room. After that, again add this statement room and AND operator. So when it is available, then we will set the main image. So set main image, and here we have to provide the first image of the images array. So let's add room dot images, and in this one we will get the first image using index 0. So we have provided the first image, right? So now we have the room data and we have the main image. After that, let's come to this return statement, and here we are returning a div. So we will return this div when the room is available. So let's copy this, and here we'll add the room and operator. So when the room data is available, then only this div will be mounted. So here in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes, right? Now in this one, first we have to display the room details like name, then room type, and we'll add the offer message also. So let's add one comment. So here we'll add the comment room details. So in this one, let's add a div, and in this div we'll add the text in h1 tag. So here first we have to display the room name. So let's add room dot hotel dot name property. So we will get the hotel name here. After that, here we have to add the span tag. So let's add a span, and in this span tag we will add the room type. So let's add curly braces, and here we'll add room dot room type, and let's wrap everything in this a small bracket like this. After that, here we will add one text in p tag, and in this text we will add 20% off like this. If I come back to the web page, so here you can see the room name or hotel name, and then we have the room type and this text 20% off. If I come to Figma design, here also you can see we have this hotel name, then type, and 20% off. So next we have to add the CSS properties for this line. After that, we will display the rating and address. So let's come here in this VS Code, and here let's start with this div. So in this first div, we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Next, in this h1 tag, let's add the class name property and provide these classes in this h1, correct? After that, here we have this span tag. So here in this span also we will add the class name, and here in this span we will add the font inner and text small like this. Next we have this text called 20% off. So here we have to add the CSS properties. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see this hotel name, room type and 20% off text is looking nice. After that we have to display the rating. So let's come back, and here after closing of this div, let's add one comment. So we will add the comment room rating, right? And after that here we'll create a div where we have to display the ratings. So we will use the rating component. So just add a star rating. It has been imported. And after that we'll add the text in p tag, and in this text we'll add 200 plus reviews. And with that we'll add the class name. So let's add the class name property and provide this tailwind classes. And after that we have to add the class name in this div also. So here we'll add the class name property and provided these tailwind classes. Next we'll add one comment here, and here we'll add room address. So here let's add a div where we'll add the address. Let me add the space here so that you can see clearly. So here we are adding this room address, and in this one we have to add the icon also. So let's add the img tag and provide the src, and in this src let's add assets dot location icon, right? And after that we have the alt property. So in the alt property we will add the text location icon, and then we will add the class name also. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that we have to add the address. So let's add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide the room.hotel.address property. So it will give the address. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the hotel name, room type, and then we have the rating, and then we have the address. After that we have to display the room images, and we'll display all the images here. So let's come back, and here let's add the comment. So here we will add the comment room images like this. So we have added the comment, and after that let's create a div. Now in this div we have to add a main image, and then we'll add the other images in other div. So let's add the first div where we will add the main image. So here we'll add the img tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces and provide the main image state, right? And here we will add the alt property. So the alt property is room image, correct? Now here we'll add the class name also. So write the class name property, and in this one let's add these tailwind classes, which is here. Let me move it in the next line so that you can see clearly. So we have added the main image. Now for this div we have to add a class name. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Now for this parent div also we will add the class name property, and here we will add the flex box with margin and gap also. So we have added these classes. Next, after closing of this div, here we have to add the other images, right? So let's add the div, and in this one we have to provide all the images. So let's add curly braces, and here we will use the room question mark. So when the room is available, then we'll check the images array dot length, and if it is greater than 1, so when the length is greater than 1, then only we will add this room dot images dot map method. So when we have multiple images, then we will use the map method, and in this map method we will add the arrow function, and here we will return this small bracket. Now here in this parameter we will get individual image, and we will also get the index number, right? And here in this bracket we will return the image tag, and in this image src let's add this image that we are getting from the parameter, and here we'll get the alt tag, that is room image, correct? After that here we have to add the key property. So let's add the key also, and in the key we will add index. right? After that, here we have to add the CSS properties also, and before that we will add the click feature in this image, so that when we click on this image it will update the main image. So here let's add the space, we will add on click, and in this on click we will add the arrow function, and inside this one we will call the set main image setter function, and here we will provide this image. That's it. Now in this one we have to add the classes, so here let's add space class name property, and in this one we have to add curly braces and backticks so that we can use the template literal. Now in this one we will add these tailwind classes, correct? After that we will add the template literal using $sign curly braces. Here we will check the main image, so let's add main image equal to image. So if it is same, then we will add the other properties. So let's add outline and outline color, that is orange 500, like this. So we have added the other images, and this div will contain all the other images. So we will add the CSS properties for this div also. So in this one we will add the grid layout. So we have provided these tailwind classes to make the content in grid layout. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the main image, and in the right side we have 4 other images. If I click on second one, you can see this second image is displayed as the main image, and you can see the orange color of outline. If I click on third one, it becomes the main image. If I click on fourth one, it becomes the main image, and the outline color is changing from one to another when we click here. So like this we can display all the images of the hotels. After that we have to display the room details, like here. If I come to Figma design, you can see here we have some highlights like features, price, and then we have this form to check the availability, and then we have to display the common message, then a small description, and at the bottom we will add this owner's details, who has posted this hotel. We will skip this map. So let's come back here, and after this room image, here we will add the comment. So let's add the comment room highlights, right? And here we will add a div, and in this div we will add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the tailwind classes here for this div. Now in this one, first we have to add the title in h1, so we will add it inside a div. So here let's add a div, and in this one we will add a text in h1 tag. So the text is experience luxury like never before. After that, for this text we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. And after this title, let's add another div, and in this div we will display the amenities. So let's add curly braces. We will get the room, and from this room we will get the amenities, and this amenities is a array, so we can use the map method, and in this map we will add the arrow function, and here we will get the item, and we will get the index. Now in this one we will return a div, and in this div we will add the key property. So let's add key, and in this key we will add the index, correct? And here we have to add the amenities image and text. So let's add the image tag, and in this src let's add curly braces, and here we will add the facility icon. So let's add facility icons. It will be imported from the assets, and here we have to add the item, correct? And after that we'll add the alt property, and in this alt property let's add curly braces and provide the item. And here we have to add the classes also, so let's add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the width and height. So we have provided width and height for this image. After that we have to add the amenities title or text, so just add p tag and curly braces and provide the item. After that here also we have to add the class, so just add the class name property and provide the text extra small. Now in this div we will add the class name property, and in this div we will provide these tailwind classes like this. So it will convert this div in a flex box. And then we have added the background color also and border radius also, correct? And here we have this div that contains all the amenities, right? So here we'll add the class name, and in this one we will add the classes. So here we have provided these tailwind classes, right? And before this h1 tag we have added a div, right? So in this div also we will add class name property and provide the flex and flex column. That's it. After adding it, here we have the closing div, correct? So after that we will add one text in p tag. Before this text let me add the comment. So in the comment we will add room price. So here we have to display the room price. So for the price we will add the currency symbol, that is $, then we'll add curly braces, and here we'll get the price. So let's add room dot price per night. After that we have to move it in the curly braces like this, and after that here we'll add slash night. That's it. Now in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we will add these classes, that is text to Excel and font medium. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have the text, then amenities icon and text, then the pricing in the right side. After that we have to create the check-in checkout form. So let's come here, and after closing of this div, so you can see this is for room highlights. So after closing of this div, let's add a comment. So here we'll add the comment, that is check-in checkout form. After that let's add a form tag. Now let me remove this action from this form, and in this form we will add some tailwind classes. So here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this form we have to add two columns. In the left one we will add the input fields, which is in this div, and in the right side we have to add a button. So here we will add the button tag, right? And here we will add the text book now like this. Now here we'll add the button type. So the type will be submit, and here we will add the class name property for this button. So we will add these tailwind classes. So we have added this button. After that let's come to this first div, right? In this div we have to add all the input fields. So in this one let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes to align all the input fields side by side, right? And here let's add the first column in this div. So in the first one we'll add one label, so add the label tag, and after this label tag we will add one input field. So let's add the input, and in this input we will add the type date, right? And after that we will add the ID. In the ID we will add check-in date, and here we'll add HTML for check-in date in the label. Now in this label we'll add the label text also. So the label text is check-in, and after that here we'll add the class name property where we'll add the font medium like this. Now in this input field we have to add the classes, but before that we will add the placeholder, and in this placeholder let's add check-in. After that we will add these tailwind classes, and then we'll add required property true. So to submit this form, this input field is required. So we have added one div that contains label and input, right? And here let's add the class name for this div. So here we'll add the class name property and provide flex and flex column. That's it. Now let me add a space here. So this is the first column that contains one label tag and one input field, and the input type is date. This is for the check-in date. Now let me duplicate it, and here we will make it checkout, right? So here we will add ID, checkout date, and here we will add checkout date in the HTML for. And here also we will update this. It will be checkout. The label text is checkout, and after that we will update this one. In the placeholder we will add checkout. Correct, it is also required. After that let's duplicate this, and here we will add the third input field. So in the third one we will add the ID guests, and here we will add HTML for guests. That's it. After that here we will add the label text, and in this one we have the placeholder. So in the placeholder we will add 0, and here we will update the classes also. So here we will update these tailwind classes. Let me remove all this, and here we will add this tailwind classes, and it is also required. So we have added required property, and after that let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this check-in and date input field, then checkout date input field, and then we have the guests. Here also we have the date. So let me correct it. Here we will add type number. So the input type is number. Now it is good, right? And after that let's come here. We have to add the vertical lines. So before this div, here we will add a div, and in this div we have to add the class name property, and let's provide these tailwind classes. Now just copy this and come to this div, and before this div we will provide this vertical line. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the vertical line here that divides these area, and we have this book now button. So we have created this form. Using that we can check the availability and book the hotel. Let me replace this button text. I'll come here, and here in this button we will add the button text check availability. Save the changes. Now this button is looking good. After that we will add some other details of this hotel. So that will be the common specifications for all rooms of this hotel. So let's come back, and here after closing of this form tag, let's add a space, and here we will add a comment. So let's add the comment common specifications, right? And here we will add a div. In this div we will add curly braces, and here we will get the common data from the assets files. So let's add room common data, and here we will use the map method. In this one let's add the arrow function and return this small bracket. So here we will get the specification and index number in the parameter, and after that here we will return a div. Now in this div first we have to add the key property, and in the key we will provide the index number. And after that we will add the class name property also. So we will add the flexbox, so just add this tailwind classes. Now here we have to add the images, so let's add the image, and in this image tag we have to add the src, and in this src we will add individual specification, that is spec, and dot icon. After that here we have to add the alt property, so just add the curly braces. We will use backticks, then $ curly braces, provide this specification dot title and dash icon. And in this one we have to add the class name also, so just add the class name property and provide the width for this image, so it is 6.5. Now after this image we have to add a div where we will add the text in p tag. So here we will add the specification title, then we will add a specification description, so just duplicate it and add a specification description, and here we will add the classes, so just add the class name property and provide this text base, and in the second one we will add the class name property and provide text gray 500, right? After that here we have a div where we have added all the specifications, right? So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have these details of the hotel. Next we will add a description. So let's come here, and after closing of this div we will add another div, and in this div we will add a text in p tag. So here we will add this description text, right? And here in this div we will add these tailwind classes, right? After adding it, if I come back to the web page, here we have this description, and before this description and after this description we have this horizontal line, because here we have used this border y and border gray 300, right? After this description we have to display the hotel owner details or hotel posted by name. So let's add one div, and before that we will add a comment. So let's add the comment posted by, like who has posted this hotel. So in this div we will add the class name property where we will add the flexbox. So just add these tailwind classes. Now in this one let's add another div where we will add the image property, and in this image src we will get room dot hotel dot owner dot image, like this. And after that we will add the alt property, and in this alt property we will add host, and here in this image we will add the class name property also where we will add these tailwind classes. So we have provided these classes, right? After this image we have to add a div where we will add the owner name, and then we will add the star rating. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text called hosted by, right? And after that we'll add the curly braces to provide the owner name. So just add room dot hotel dot name, and after that let's add a div, and in this div we will add the star rating. So add this star rating component, and after that we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the 200 plus reviews and these tailwind classes, correct? Now in this p tag we have to add the classes. So here let's add class name and provide these tailwind classes, and in this div also we will add the class name property and provide the flex, then item center and margin top. That's it. After that, here we have a div where we have added the image tag. So just add the class name, and in this one we will add flex and we will provide the gap 4. Save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So now if I reload the web page, here you can see we have this owner image, correct? After that, let's come back here. Here, after closing of this div, we have to add a button. So here, let's add a button tag. And in this button, we'll add the text contact now. And here we'll add the classes also. So add the class name property, and in this one, we'll add these tailwind classes for this button. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have a button contact now. So finally we have completed our room details page also. If I come back to the home page, and from here if I click on thumbnail, it will open this particular room, and here we have these details and this form. So we have completed our home page, then hotel list page, then we have completed the hotel detail page. After that, we'll create the next page. Let's see this Figma design. We will create this My Bookings page where we will add this title, description, and then we will display the booking details where we will display the hotel or room image, room details, and check-in date, checkout date, and with that we will display the payment status. So to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. And here we will create a new file. So open this left sidebar, and in this one we will come to pages folder, and in this pages folder we will create a new page. So let's create a new file with the name mybookings.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE to create this component, right? In this file, we have to mount our title component. So let's add title. Let me open this file so that we can easily import it. Here we have this title.jsx, and now we can write here. So we are getting this suggestion, just click here. So the title component has been imported. Now in this title component, we have to provide the props. So first we will provide the title property. So in the title, we will write My Bookings. After that, we will add the subtitles. So let's add the subtitle property, and in this one we will add this text. And after adding this text, we have to add the alignment also. So here we will add the align property, and we will add the alignment left. So we will add the text left. So we have added the title component and provided these props. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this first div. So here in this one, we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So let me add this space here. Now it looks good. After that, we have to mount this My Bookings component in our app file so that we can create the routing. So here in this app.jsx, let me copy this statement, paste it here, and here we will add the path, that is My Bookings. And after that, here we will add the element, that is My Bookings. It has been imported here. So we have added the path My Bookings and provided this element. So we have created this route, and now if I visit this route, it will display that title that we have provided here. So to check it, let's come back to the web page, and here we will log in on this web page. I'll log in with my Google account, and after login, let's click here, and here we have the option to open My Bookings page. Let's click here. So you can see the path, we are at the URL /My Bookings, and here we are getting the title and subtitle, and it is aligned in the left side. After that, we have to create the data in a table format. So let's add the data for the table head. So let's come back here, And after this title component, let's add a div. And in this div, we have to add the title for the table data. So here we will add another div where we will add different text. So let's add one div, and here we will add the text called hotels. Now duplicate it, or before that we will add the CSS properties also. So in this one we will add the class name property and provide the width. Now duplicate this one, and here we will add date and timings, and in the third one we will add payment. Now let's add the CSS properties for the div. So in this one we will add the class name and provide these element classes. So this will be hidden on phone screen and it will be visible on medium and above screen size. After that, here in this div also we will add the classes. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So here we have added this div that contains the data for this table head. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the 3 columns with hotels, date and timing, and payment, and then we have this horizontal line. After that, we have to display the data of the booking. So let's see the Figma design. In this one you can see we have to display the hotel detail like thumbnail image, name, then room type, then we will display the address, number of guests, and total amount. In the second column we will display the check-in date and check-out date, and in the third column we will display the payment status. To display that, let's come here and we will open the VS Code, and in our assets file we have already added the dummy data. So we have to get the dummy data from our asset. So let's add the import. We will import the user bookings dummy data from /assets/assets file. So now we have this user bookings dummy data. Now we can use the data to display on our web page. So we have to store this data in a state variable. So before this return statement, we will create a state variable. So let's add const, and the variable name is bookings and the setter function name is set bookings equal to use state. And in this one we will initialize it using user bookings dummy data that we have imported from the asset. That's it. After that, after closing of this div, we can display all our booking data. So we will get it in a array. So let's use this bookings state.map, and here we will add the arrow function. Then we will return this small bracket, and here let's add the individual booking. So let's add this individual booking in the parameter. After that, here we will return a div where we have to add the key property. So let's add the key, and in this key we will add this individual booking dot underscore ID, right? So for each booking we will get the booking ID. After that, in this one we have to display the data in 3 columns. So in the first one we will add the hotel detail like name, image, pricing, etc. So here we will add the comment hotel details and create a div where we will display the hotel details. After that, in the second column we will display the date and timings. So we'll add the comment, and here we'll add a div where we'll add the date and time, that is check-in and checkout date. After that, we'll add the payment status in the third one. So here we'll add the comment payment status, and here also we'll add a div like this where we will display the payment status. Now let's start with the first div. So in this first div where we will display all the data, we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now let's come to the first div that contains the hotel details. So in this first div we have to display the hotel image using image tag, and in this image src we will add the curly braces. We will get the booking dot room dot images, and from this images array we will find the first image using index 0. After that we'll add the alt property. It will be hotel img. Correct. Next we have to add the css properties for this image. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the image. After this image we have to add the hotel name, then address, and we'll add the number of guests and booking price or booking amount. So here let's add a div. So in this one, first we have to add the name. So just add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add curly braces booking dot hotel dot name. Right. After that we have to add the room type also. So we will add it in the span tag, and in this span tag let's add small bracket, and in this one we'll add curly braces, then booking dot room type. So we have the hotel name and room type. After this span tag we have to close this p tag here like this. So this span will be inside this p tag. After closing of this p tag, let's add a div, and in this div we have to add the location icon and address. So here let's add one image tag. So I'll copy it from here, paste it here, and in this one we will add the location icon. So let's add assets dot location icon, and here we will add the alt property. It will be location icon, and after that here we will add the text. So let me remove these classes from here, and we'll add the text in the span tag. So in this span tag we will just provide the address. So just add curly braces booking dot hotel dot address. Right. Let's move it to the right, and for this one also. After that we will add the css properties also. So in this div where we are displaying the location, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Right. And here we have added the room type in the span tag. So here we'll add the class name and provide the text small and font inner. After that we'll add the css properties for the text where we have added the hotel name. So in this one we'll add the class name property and provide the font and text size, that is 2XL. After that let's add the css properties for this div that contains all the information about the hotel. So here let's add the class name property and provide the flexbox classes. Now here we have this first div that contains the hotel details. So here also we'll add the css properties. So just add the class name and provide these classes: flex column, and for medium and above screen flex row. So we have added the room image. Then we have added the div that contains hotel name, room type, then address, and after this address we have to display the number of guests. Right. So to display that, let me just copy this complete div from here, copy and paste it, and here we will update the icon. So it will be guest icon, and here in this span tag we will add guests, and it will be booking dot guests. And let's add the alt text also. So the alt property will be guests icon. Now here this div is closing for the number of guests, and after that we have to display the price. So after this div we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the total and currency symbol, that is dollar. Then we'll add the curly braces where we'll display the price. So just add booking dot total price. So here we'll get the booking amount, and in this p tag let's add the text size. So we will add the class name text base. That's it. Save the changes and let's come back to the web page. It should display the hotel data here, but it is blank. Let me check it. Right click and click inspect, then console. So here we have some error in this bookings.jsx file. This user bookings dummy data is not available. Let me correct the spelling. So just come back here, scroll up, and you can see here we have added DAT. So let's correct it, DATA data, and here also we'll add data. Now save the changes, come back to the web page. Let me refresh it. So now you can see here in the first column we are getting the hotel detail like hotel name, room type, then we have the address, number of guests, and total amount, right? And in this design you can see we have the space between the hotel name and room type, so we will add that a space also. So just come back here and let's see where we have added the hotel name. It is here. So here let's add the space, come back to the web page. Now we have the space here. Next we will add the data in the second column, right? So let's come back. Let's come to this div. Inside this, date and timings. So here we have to display the check-in date and checkout date. So we have already added a div here. So let's add the CSS properties for this div. We'll add the class name and provide these classes. Now in this one we'll add the first div that contains the check-in date. So we'll add the p tag and provide the text check-in, right? And after that we'll add another p tag where we'll display the date, and with that we'll add the CSS properties also. So just add the class name and provide these classes, and in this p tag let's add curly braces and we'll provide new date, and in this one let's add the booking dot check-in date. After that here we'll add the dot to date string. That's it. So we have added the check-in date. Now similarly we'll add the checkout date. So let's duplicate this div, and here we will update the text. It will be checkout, and here we will update the property name. It will be booking dot checkout date. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the check-in date and checkout date. It is same as you can see in this Figma design. Let's come back, and now we have to add the data in the third column, that is payment. So let's come here. Here we will come to this last div where we have added the payment status. So in this div we will add the CSS properties. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now in this one we will add the div. So in this div let's add some tailwind classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide flex item center gap 2. Then we have to display a red or green color of dot. So here let's add a div that will display a dot. So in this div simply add the class name property, and here we will add the curly braces and backticks. So here we have to add the height, width and rounded full. So it will be a small dot, and next we have to add the background color. It will be either red or green. So it depends on the paid status. So here we will check that. So just add $sign curly braces and we will get the booking dot is paid property, right? And if it is true, then we will add the green color. So just add background green 500 and here we'll add the colon and provide the red color. So here we'll add BG red 500. That's it. So it will add a small dot. After that we will add the text also. So here we'll use the p tag and in this p tag let's add the same class name from here. So let me just copy it and paste it in this class name property. Here we will update some data. So here let me remove this quote and in this one we will simply add the text a small like this. After that we will check the booking is paid or not. So if it is paid, we will display the text in green color. So here let's add text green 500 and if it is false then we will display the text in the red color. So let's add text red 500. After that here we will update the text also. So just add the curly braces and here also we will check the booking dot paid and we will use the ternary operator here. So let's add question mark and if it is paid then we will display the text called paid and then we'll add the colon and here we'll add unpaid when it is false. That's it. So we have added this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the payment status either paid and unpaid and if it is paid it is displaying a green dot and if it is unpaid it is displaying a red dot and the text is also green and red. After that we have to add a button also for the unpaid bookings. So for the unpaid bookings we will add the pay now button. So let's come here and after closing of this div let's add curly braces and here we will check not of booking dot is paid. So when the is paid property is false then only we will display the button. So let's add this small bracket and in this one we will add the button tag, right? Now in this button tag we will add the text that is pay now. Now for this button we will add the CSS properties also. So here we will add the class name and provide these element classes. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So you can see for this unpaid payment we have the pay now button. So we have completed our my bookings page also. Now we have completed all pages for user like my bookings page and hotel list page, then hotel detail page and home page. Next we will create the component and pages for the hotel owner or admin. So let's start with the first component that is registration of any hotel. So let's come back to the VS Code and here let's open this sidebar and in this components folder we will create a new component. So let's create a new file with the name hotelreg.jsx, that is hotel registration.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE to create the component of hotel registration. Now in this div we will add some CSS properties. So let's add the class name and provide these classes. And here we have to add a form tag. So let's add a form tag and in this form tag first we will add one image. So we will add the image tag. Now in this image we will add the assets from our assets folder. So let's add the assets dot registration image. After that we will add the alt property that is registration image. Then we will add the class name and here we will provide the width and rounded and we will add the hidden and block. After that, we have to add a div, and within this div we will add the close icon so that we can close this component when we open it using the close icon. So in this one we will add the image tag, and here we will add the assets dot close icon. After that, here we will add the alt property, that is close icon. Next we will add the CSS properties in this image. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will be absolute and it will be aligned in the top right side, right? And after that we have to add one text also in p tag, and the text is register your hotel. So for this p we have to add the font size and font weight. So let's add the class name property and provide the tailwind class. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this div that contains this image and text. So just add the class name property and provide this position relative and these tailwind classes. After adding it, we have to mount this component, and before that let me add the CSS for this form tag also. So let's add the class name property, and in this one let me add the flexbox properties. So we have added these tailwind classes where we have added background white, right? So after that, let's mount this hotel registration component in our app.jsx file. So in this app.jsx, after this navbar, let's mount this component, that is hotel registration, and close this tag. It has been mounted here. Now let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this pop-up, and in the left side we have an image, and in the right side we have this register your hotel text and this cross icon, correct? After that, let's come here, and in this one we will open this hotel registration.jsx component. So in this one we have this div, that is the second column where we have added the cross icon and this text. So after this p tag, let's add a div, and within this div we will add the input field for getting the hotel name. So let me add the comment here, that is hotel name. So here we'll add the input field. So here for this div, let's add the classes. So we have added width and margin top. After that, we'll add the label property. So here let's add the label, and in this label we'll add the for name. Then we'll add the CSS properties also. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now in this label we'll add the text called hotel name. After that, we have to add the input field so that we can get the hotel name. So let's add the input type will be text, and then we'll add the placeholder, that is type here. Then we'll add the CSS properties in this input field. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we'll add the required property true, so that this field will be required to submit this form. After that, here we'll add the another div. So let me just duplicate it, and in this one we will add the label tag, and it will be for contact. And before that, let me add the comment also. So here we'll add the comment phone. So this input field is for getting the phone number. After that, here we have to add the label text. So the label text will be phone, and after this we have to add the ID in this input field. So let's add the ID, it will be contact, and let's add the ID in this input field also. Here we'll add the ID, it will be name. Now in this one we will add the type, it will be text, then required true, and then all the same classes, and the placeholder is type here, so let it be. After that, let me duplicate this, and here we'll add the comment address where we'll get the hotel address, right? And in this label text we will provide address, and after that here we'll add the HTML4 address and ID address, correct? And here also placeholder is type here, and the type is text. Now we'll add a drop down menu, so let's add the space here, and here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment, select city drop down, and here we'll add a div. In this div, first we'll add the label property, and in this label property we'll add the HTML for city, right? And after that we'll add the classes also. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and in this label text let's add city. Now here in this div we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that here we'll add a select tag. So let's add the select tag, and in this select tag we'll add the ID, city, and let me remove this name. Now in this one we have to add the CSS properties. So here we will add the class name and provide this tailwind classes, and after that we have to add the required property. So the required will be true, so that this field will be required to submit this form. After that here in this select tag we have to add the options. So let's add the option tag, and in this option tag we will add the first option, that is select city, right? And after that we will display the city list. So here we'll add the curly braces and we'll get the cities from the assets. So let's add cities, let's click here, so we will get it from the assets. Then we'll add the map method, and in this map method we'll get individual city in the parameter and create this arrow function. Now in this arrow function we will return the option tag, and in this option tag value we will add this city. So let's add curly braces city, and the option text will be city. So here also we'll add curly braces city, and in this key let's add city, like this. After adding it we have to add a button also. So after closing of this div tag, here we will add a button, and in this button we will add the classes. So add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we will add the button text, that is register. That's it. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the hotel name input field, then we have the phone number, then address, and then city, and here we can select the city from this drop down, and here we have this register button, and from here we can close this pop-up, right? So after creating this component we have to hide it. It will be displayed when we click on the registered button, right? So for now I'm going to hide this one. So let's come back here. We will open app.jsx file, and here we have mounted this hotel registration component. So let's add it in curly braces, and here we'll add the false, then and operator. So it will be hidden. When we make it true it will be visible. So you can see if I come back to the web page that registration form is hidden, and if I make it true this form is visible. So now let's make it false again, and here we will update the logic when we will create the backend and we will create the functionality to register a hotel. So for now let's make it false. After that we will create the dashboard for the hotel owner and admin. So let's come here in this left sidebar, and here we have the components folder. So in this components folder we will create a new folder with the name hotel owner. So in this one we will create all the components for the hotel owner, and here we have the pages folder. So in this one also we'll create a new folder with the name hotel owner. So here we'll create the pages for hotel owner, right? Now in this pages folder we will create different pages. So let's add the first page, that is layout. So here right click and create a new file, layout.jsx. After that, in this hotel owner folder we will create another file, that is dashboard.jsx. Next we will create another file, that is addroom.jsx. So right click and add a new file, addroom.jsx. Next we will add the new page. So here in this hotel owner folder add a new file, that is listroom.jsx. So in this pages folder we have the hotel owner where we have created add room, then dashboard, then layout.jsx, and then list room, correct? And here in this components, here we have the components folder, then we have the hotel owner. So in this one we will create two components, that will be navigation bar and sidebar. So here in this components folder go to hotel owner and here we'll create a new file, that is navbar.jsx, and in this one we'll create a new file, that is sidebar.jsx. So this will be for the hotel owner or admin. Now let's create the navigation bar first. So in this nav bar let's add RAFCE, and here we will return a div. So in this div let's add the CSS properties. So here we'll add this class name property and provide these tailwind classes, and in this one we have to add a logo only. So just add the link tag. We will get this link tag from the React router DOM, so it has been imported, right? Now let's close this tag. Here we'll add the image. So we'll add the image tag, and in this image src we have to add the logo. So let's add curly braces assets dot logo, correct? And here in the alt property we will add logo. After that we have to add the classes also. So add the class name, and here we'll add the height and opacity and invert. That's it. Now in this link we have to add the to property, and here just add the path slash, so that when we click on the logo it will open the home page, right? And after that here we will mount the user button component that we will get from the Clerk. So after this link tag let's add user button. Let's click here. So user button component has been imported from @Clerk/Clerk React. That's it. Now close this tag. So we have created the navigation bar for the hotel owner. After that let's open our layout.jsx file. Here it is. Here we will add RAFCE, and in this one we have a div. So in this div let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we will mount the navbar. Let's select this navbar from hotel owner. You can see navbar has been imported from components folder hotel owner/navbar. That's it. Save the changes, and after that we will come to our app.jsx file. So let's open it, and here we have created this my bookings, and after that we have to create a new route tag. So let's add route, and here we will use the closing route tag like this, opening and closing tag, right? Now in this one we have to add the path, and here we'll add /owner. So this will be the path. After that, here we have to add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces and provide the layout. So let's import the layout here. So layout has been mounted on this /owner path. Correct. After that, let's come back to the web page, and in this URL if I type /owner, so here you can see this navigation bar, and in the right side we have this user profile icon that we are getting from the Clerk, right? And from here we can manage the account. That's it. After that, let's come here, and next we have to create the sidebar for the dashboard. So let's open this, and from here we will open this components, then go to sidebar.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create this component, and in this one we have a div, right? So in this div, let's add the classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, we have to add the sidebar links. So here, before this return statement, let's add one array. We'll add const, and the array name is sidebar links. Now in this array, we'll add different object that represents individual menu items. So the first menu name will be dashboard, and then we'll add the path. So let's add the path property, and the path will be /owner, like this. After that, we'll add the icon. So let's add the icon property, and in this icon property we will add the assets dot dashboard icon. Now duplicate it. Here we have to add the comma also, and duplicate this line. So the next menu link will be, or menu text will be, add room, and here we'll add the path /owner/add room, and here we'll add the icon that will be assets dot add icon. After that, we'll add the third menu text, that is list room, and here we'll add the path that is /owner/list room, and here we'll update the icon. It will be list icon. So now we have this array, and using this array we will display the menu items on the left sidebar. So here within this div we will add curly braces and use this sidebar link, and here let's add the map method, and in this one we will add the arrow function where we'll return this small bracket, and here in this parameter we will get individual item and index, and here we will return a navlink tag. So let's use this navlink. We will get this navlink tag from React Router DOM. So it has been imported from React Router DOM. Let me open this tag and use this self-closing. Or instead of this self-closing, we will use the closing nav tag also. So let's add this navlink closing and opening tag, like this. After that, we have to add the to property here. So we will add the to property, and in this to we will add the item dot path that we are getting from here. Correct? So when we click here, it will open these path. After that, we have to add the key property, and in this key we will add index. Right? Here we'll add the end, and in this end let's add /owner. After that, we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add the classes based on is active. We will get this is active from the React Router DOM because we are using this nav links. Suppose this path is active, then the is active will be true. So here let's add the arrow function, and in this parameter we'll get is active property, right? And here we will return this backticks, and in this backticks let's add these classes, correct? And after that we will check the is active property. So let's add $, curly braces, and we will use this is active, and if it is true then we will add the border and other CSS properties like this, and if it is false then we'll add the colon, and here we will add this another Tailwind classes. So we have provided these classes when it is false, right? Now before this closing nav link tag, here we'll add the image, because in this nav link we have to add the icon also and text also. So we are using the image tag, then we'll add curly braces, and here we will use the item dot icon, and after that we will add the alt property, and in this alt property we will use the item dot name, and then we'll add the classes also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add the minimum width and minimum height. After this image we will add the text in p tag. So in this text we will add the item's name, so just copy and paste it here, this item name, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will add these Tailwind classes. So we have created the left sidebar for our dashboard. After that we have to mount this sidebar also, so we will mount it in the layout. So let's open layout.jsx file, and after this navbar we will add a div, and in this div let's add this sidebar component. So you can see this sidebar component has been imported from this components folder /hotel owner /sidebar. After that, here in this div we will add the class name property. So let's add flex and height full. After that, here we will add a div, and within this div we will add all the children component. For that we have to just add the outlet. Just import this outlet from the React router DOM. So all the children component will be displayed here within this div. So here let's add the class name property, and in this one we'll add flex1 so that it will use the entire space available and it will be displayed in the right side. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this navigation bar, and here we have this left sidebar for this owner path, correct? Now we have to create different pages like dashboard, add room, and this list room, right? So let's come here and let's open this app.jsx, and in this app.jsx we have to mount all our pages for the hotel owner. So in this one we will add the route tag. It will be self-closing like this, and in this first one we will add the index. Then we will add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces and provide the dashboard. So let's add dashboard here. So it is not coming in the recommendation because we have not added the RAFC here. So let's add RAFC in dashboard.jsx, then add room.jsx, and then list room.jsx RAFC. Now let's come to app.jsx, and here we can add this dashboard. So now we are getting the suggestion, just click here, so dashboard will be imported here. Now let's duplicate this line, and here in the second one we will add the path, and in the path we will add room, and in this element we will provide the add room page. So let's add this add room page, it has been imported. Now duplicate it, and in the third one we will add list room. So here we will add list room, and here we will update the page, it will be list room from the pages folder. After adding these routes, let's come back to the web page, and now if I click on this add room, it will open this add room page. If I click on list room, it will open this list room page. You can see the URL, it is updating. You can see the URL is /owner/list room. If I click here, now the URL is /owner/add room. Then if I click on dashboard, here we have the /owner. That's it. So now we'll design this dashboard page where we'll display the total booking and total earning, and we will also display the recent bookings. So let's come here and we will open dashboard.jsx file. So in this one, first we have to add a title. For that we will use the title component. So let's import the title component here, and in this title component we have to provide some props. So first let's add the alignment, and the alignment will be left. So we have to add the left in quote. After that we have to add the font also. So in this font, let's add the font name, that is outfit. After that we have to add the title props. So in this title we have to add the text, that is dashboard. After that we have to add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we'll add a small description. So let me provide this description here in this subtitle. Now save the changes. So here you can see we have this dashboard and this description. Correct? After that we have to create a container where we will display two cards to display the total booking and total revenue. So let's create a container div, and in this div we have to add the two columns. So we will add the flex box. So just add the class name and provide flex, and then provide the gap and margin from y-axis. Now in this one, first we have to add the card for total number of bookings. So here we'll add total booking comment, and in this one let's add the div, and here after this div we will display the total revenue. So let's add another comment, total revenue, and here also we'll add a div. Now let's start with the first one. So in this first div we have to add some classes. So let's add this class name here, and after that in this div we will add the image. So we'll use the image tag, then we'll add curly braces in the src and provide the assets dot total booking icon, right? And after that in this image also we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that we have to display the text called total booking, then we will display the total booking data. So we will group it in a div. So let's add a div, and in this div we will add the p tag where we will display the text total bookings, and after that we will add one more p tag where we will display the total booking data. So we will get it from the asset file. In the assets we have already added the dummy data, right? So first we will store that in a state variable. So before this return statement, let's add a state variable const, and the state variable name is dashboard data, and the setter function name is set dashboard data equal to, we will use the use state, and in this use state we will add dashboard dummy data from the assets. You can see dashboard dummy data from the assets has been imported, right? Now we can use this data here. So here let's add curly braces dashboard data dot total bookings. So we will get the total number of bookings. Now for this one we have to add the CSS properties. So in this p tag we'll add these classes, and for this first p where we have added total booking we will add these classes. Now for this div also we have to add the class name. So just add the class name property, and here we will add the flexbox classes. So let's provide these classes here, right? Now come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the icon, then text total booking and booking count, that is 3. Similarly we will add one more card. So let's come here and duplicate this div. So let's copy and paste it here. Instead of this div we will paste this div, right? and here the background will be same. Then we have this image, so let's update this image. It will be assets dot total revenue icon, right? And after that, let's update this text, that is total revenue, and then we will update this data. So here we have to add the dollar sign for the currency, and then we will add the total revenue property like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we can see we have the total bookings and total revenue, right? After that, we have to display the recent bookings. So let's come here, and after closing of this div and this container div, here we'll add the comment. So let me add the comment text, recent bookings, and here we will display a text in h2 tag. So the text is recent bookings like this. And to design this text, we'll add the CSS properties. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes. So you can see here we have the recent bookings text, correct? Next we have to display a table, and we'll display this table in a div. So let's add a div. So in this div, we will add the class name, and here let's add these classes. So first we have to display the table head. So let's add the table tag. Now in this table tag, we'll add t head like this. Now in this table, we have to provide the width full. So here we'll add class name width full for this table. Now in this table head, we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the background color like this. Next, in this table head, we'll add the data. So we'll use the table row tr, and in this one we'll add table head data, that is th, right? And in this one, first we have to add the username, like who has booked the hotel. Then we have to add the room name, then total amount and payment status. So let me add the CSS properties also for the first one. So here we'll add the class name and provide these classes. So let me move it in the left side so that you can see it in single line. Now let's duplicate it, and in the second one we'll add the text, that is room name. So here we'll update this room name. In the third one we'll add total amount. So let's add total amount here. And in the fourth one we'll add payment status. So let's add payment status here like this. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here we have this table head. Now here we'll update the CSS. So in this second one we will add max sm hidden. Now in the third one we will add text center like this, and in the fourth one also we'll add text center. We have corrected the classes. Now come here. Now it is looking good. You can see these are in the center of this column, right? Now after this table head we have to add the table body. So here let's add a space, and here we'll add t body tag, and in this t body we'll add the text small. So just add class name and provide this text small. After that, here we have to get the table data from our dashboard data state. So let's add curly braces and we will add dashboard data dot bookings dot map, and in this one we'll add the item, comma, index. And here we'll create the arrow function with this small bracket, and here we will return the tr tag. And in this tr we'll add the key property where we'll add the index. Right? Now in this tr, first we have to add the user's name, then we'll add the room type, then total price, and then we'll add the button. So here let's add the td for table data, and in this one we will add curly braces, item dot user dot, we will add the username. Right? After that, here we'll add the class name also. So let's add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes like this. Now let me duplicate this table data. So let's duplicate it, and in this one we have to display the room type. So let's add item dot room type, and here we'll update the classes. So in this one we'll add one more class, that is max sm hidden. Right? After that, let me just copy this and paste it here. So in this one we have to display the total price, and with that we'll display the currency symbol. So just add $, and here we'll add item dot total price like this. And in this one we have to add the class name. So here just add a space and provide text center. That's it. Now let's add one more td tag, that is the last one. So in this one let's add the classes. So just add the class name and provide these classes. After that, here we have to add the button tag. So let's add the button tag, and in this button tag we'll add curly braces, and we will check the item dot is paid property. If it is true, then we will display the text called completed, and if it is false, then we will display text called pending like this. So we have added the button. Now for this button we have to add the classes also. So here we will add the class name property, and in this one let's add curly braces and backticks and provide these classes. After that we have to add the classes based on the payment status. So here let's add $, curly braces, and we will check the item dot is paid. So if this is paid is true, then we will add the background green and text green like this, and if it is false, then we will use background amber and text yellow. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the button with green color and yellow color. So we have the username, then room type, then total amount, then payment status. So we have completed this dashboard section also, where we are displaying total booking, total revenue, and recent booking data. Right? Next we will create this add room page. Right? So let's come back to the VS Code and open our addroom.jsx file. In this add room page, we have to create a form where user can enter the room type, then price and amenities, and user can choose the images of the hotel room and submit the form so that the rooms will be added in the hotel. So for that we will create the state variable where we will store the form data. So here let's add const, and we will add the state variable name, that is images, where we will store the image that user will upload as room image. So let's add the state variable name images, and the setter function name is set images, and here we will initialize it with one object, because we have to add the 4 images. So let's add use state. Use state has been imported, and in this one let's add one object. So in this object we will add the property like 1, and in this one we will add null. So by default there is no image selected. Now let's add 2, that is for the second image. Here also we will add null. Now let's duplicate it. It will be 3 and 4, right? After that we will create another state variable with the name inputs, where we will store the input data. So let's add a state variable with name input, and the setter function name is setInputs, and here we will use the user state. And in this one again we will add one object, and in this object first we have to add the room type. So let's add the room type, and by default it will be empty string. After that we have to add the pricing. So let's add the price per night property, and it will be 0 by default. And then we'll add the amenities property, and in this amenities we will add another object, and in this object let's add the properties like free Wi-Fi, and here by default we'll add false, correct? Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the second amenities, that is free breakfast. Then we'll add the room service. Then the next amenity is mountain view, and let's duplicate it and add one more amenity, that is pool access. So these are the amenities that user can upload from the form. Now here in this div we will create our form. So instead of this div we will use the form tag only, like this, form opening and closing tag. And in this one first we have to add the title. So we will import the title component, and in this title component we have to provide the properties. So let's add the alignment property, and the alignment will be left. So here we'll add left. After that we have to add the font. So we will add the font outfit. So we have added the props font outfit. After that we have to add the title. So the title will be add room. After that we will add the subtitle, and in the subtitle we will add this description, like this. Now save the changes, and if I come back here, so in this add room you can see we have the title and subtitle, correct? After that we have to add a text called images, and after that we will display the option to choose the images from the desktop. So let's come here, and here let's add the comment. So we'll add the comment upload area for images, like this. And here we'll add the text in p tag, where we'll add the text images, and here we'll add the class name property also. And in this class name we have to add the text color and margin from the top, right? After that let's add a div, and in this div we will add curly braces, and we'll add the object. Then we'll add the keys, and here we'll add the images state, right? So in this images state we have the keys 1 2 3 4. So here let's add dot map method, and in this map we will get individual key, and here we will return one small bracket, and in this one we will add the label tag, like this. Now let's add the CSS properties in this div, where we will display all the upload area icon or uploaded images. So here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will be displayed as a grid. Now in this label tag first we have to add the HTML4. So in this HTML4 let's add curly braces, backticks, and here we will add room image. Then we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the key. So it will be like room image 1 2 3 4, right? After that here we have to add the key property, and in this key let's add curly braces and provide the key. Let me move this closing bracket here. Now it is correct. After that, in this label tag, we have to add the image. So let's add the img tag, and in this image src, let's add curly braces. So here we have to add this images state, and in this one let's use this key, right? And here we will add the question mark. Suppose in this one we have the image available, then we will create the URL. So let's add URL dot create object URL, and here we will provide this images and key like this. And if it is not available, in that case let's add colon, and here we will add the assets dot upload area. So this upload area image will be added here, and when we select any image from the desktop or laptop, then that selected image will be displayed here in this image tag. Now in this image tag we have to add the classes also. So here let's add the space and provide the class name property, and in this one we will add the maximum height, cursor pointer and opacity. After this image we will add the input field. Using that we can upload the image, right? So here we'll add the input, and the type will be file, and in this one we will add the accepted file type. So let's add accept property, and here in this accept property we will add image/star. So it will upload any of the image file, right? After that we'll add the ID property, and in this ID we have to add the same thing that is here. So let's copy this HTML4 from here and paste it in this ID, correct? After that here we'll add the hidden property. So by default it will be hidden, and it is inside this label tag. So when we click on the label, it will open a window to choose the image, correct? Now in this input field we will add the onChange property also. So let's add onChange, and in this onChange let's add the arrow function with event in the parameter, and here we will use the setter function set images, and in this set images let's add the object, and we will use the spread operator and use the images state, and here we will add the key, and after that we will add e.target.files, and then we will add the index 0 like this. So when we will upload any image, it will be stored in this images state. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have total 4 upload area icon, and if I click here it will open a window to upload the image. So let's click here. So you can see it is opening this window to upload the image, and let's choose this image. So this image is displayed here. Let's click on the second one. Now we can choose another image like this. Let's click here, choose the next image, and maximum we can upload 4 images like this. After that let's come here, and here we'll add the input field to get the room type data and pricing. So after this label tag, here we have this closing div. So here let's add a space, and here we will add a div, and in this div we have to add the 2 columns. In the left one we will add the select box to choose the room type, and in the right side we will add the input field to get the price. So here in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will add the width, and we will add the flexbox classes. So just added this tailwind classes, correct? Now let's add the first div in this one. So in the first div let's add the class name property, and here let's add this class. After that here we have to add the text in p tag. So the text is room type. Now for this text we will add the classes. So we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that we will add the select tag, and in this select tag let me remove this name property, and we will remove this ID also, and here we will add the class name. So in this select tag, we will add these tailwind classes like this, and after that here we have to add the options in this select. So we will add the option tag. In this option tag, let's add the value, it will be empty string, and here we will add the option text, that is select room type. Now duplicate it. Here we will add the room type, that is single bed, and here we will add the value, it will be single bed. Now duplicate it, and here we will add another room type, that is value double bed, and the text is also double bed. Then we will add luxury room in the third one, and here also we will add luxury room. Then we will add the family suite. So let's add the value and option text family suite. Now here in this select tag, we have to add the onChange property and value property. So let's add onChange. In this onChange, we will add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. After that, we will use the setter function set inputs, and in this one let's add curly braces, and we will use the spread operator and provide the inputs state. Then we will add room type, and in this room type we will add e.target.value. After that, here we have to add the value property also. So in this select tag, we will add the value property, and in this value property let's add inputs dot room type. That's it. After that, this div is closing here. So here we'll create another div, and in this one we have to add the text, that is price per night, and then we'll get the price using the input field. So here let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the price, and then we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag let's add per night, and in this span tag we'll add the text extra small, so just add the class name and provide this class name. And here in this p tag, let's add the class name property and provide the margin and text color. Right? After this p, we will add the input field to get the price data. So here we will add the type number. Right? And after that, we will add the placeholder. So in this placeholder, we will add 0. Then we will add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for this input field. Correct. After that, we have to add the value property, and in this value property we will get the inputs, and in this inputs we have the price per night. Right. After that, we will add the onChange property, and in this onChange let's add the event in the parameter and create the arrow function, and here we will use the setter function, that is set inputs, and in this set inputs let's add curly braces, spread operator, and provide the inputs, and here we will add price per night property, and here we will add e.target.value. That's it. So we have added 2 input fields. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the room type and price per night. If I click here, we can choose the room type and we can set the price for that. After that, we have to add the amenities. So let's come here, and after closing of these div and before this form tag, let's add a p tag. So in this p tag, we will add the text called amenities, and in this p we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we will provide these tailwind classes. So after that, we will add a div. So let's add a div tag. In this div tag, we have to display all the amenities. So to display that, let's add a flex box here. So in this div, we will add the class name and provide these classes: flex, flex column, flex wrap, and these tailwind classes. After that, we'll display the amenities from our inputs state. So here let's add curly braces, object dot keys, and in this keys let's add inputs state dot amenities. After that, we'll add the map method, and in this map method let's add one arrow function where we will return this small bracket, and here we'll add amenities and index number in this parameter, and here we will return a div. So in this div we have to add the key property, so let's add the key property and provide the index that we are getting from the parameter. After that, we'll add the input field. So in this input field we'll add the type, and the type will be checkbox. And after that, we have to add the ID, and in this ID let's add curly braces, and we will provide the backticks, and here we will use amenities, and then we'll add $, curly braces, and we will use index plus 1. So the index starts from 0, so we will get amenities 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. After that, we'll add the checked property. So let's add checked, and in this checked we will add curly braces, and let's provide inputs state dot amenities, and here let's add this individual amenity that we are getting from this parameter, right? And after that, here we have to add the onChange property also. So let's add onChange. In this onChange property, we will add one arrow function, and here we will use the setter function, that is set inputs, and here we will add one object where we will add a spread operator and inputs state, and in this one we have to update the amenities property. So let's add amenities, and in this amenities again add curly braces and provide a spread operator, inputs state dot amenities, and then let's add comma, and here we will add this amenity that we are getting from the parameter, and here let's add colon not of inputs dot amenities and provide this amenity. So if this amenity is true, it will store false, and if it is false, it will store true. You can see in this state we have added false for all the amenities, right? So when we check or uncheck, it will make it true to false or false to true. After that, here we have to add the label tag. So here let's add the label. In this label we will add HTML for. So let's add this ID. Let's copy this one, paste it here, that is amenities and index plus 1. After that, here we will add the text. So let's add curly braces, and we will add this individual amenity. That's it. Now we have to add a button also. So before this closing form tag, we will add a button tag, and the button text is add room, correct? And here we will add the class name property for this button and provide these element classes to design this button. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So on this web page, you can see here we have these amenities, and here we have the checkbox, right? We can check and check this one. So we can select the image, choose the room type, price and amenities, and click on add room. So this room will be added in the hotel. After that, here we have to add the space also. So you can see here we have the input field and then we have the label. So let's add a space here. So now you can see the space between this input field and this label text. If I click on this label text, still we can check and uncheck this one. So we have created our add room page. After that we will create this list room page where we will display the list of rooms for our hotel. So let's come here and we will open this page, that is listroom.jsx file. And in this one, here we have to get the room data from our asset. So before this return statement, we will create a state variable. So just add const and the state variable name is rooms and the setter function is set rooms. And here we will add the user state, and user state has been imported, and here we will get the dummy data from the assets. So just add rooms dummy data, right? After that, let's come to this div and first we will add the title component. So let's add the title component has been imported, and here we have to provide the props. So here we'll add the alignment and font property. So let's add align left and font outfit. After that we'll add the title property, and in this title we have to add room listings. After that we'll add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we'll add the small description. So we have added this description in this subtitle. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see room listings. After this title component, we will add a text. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text all rooms. And here we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the text color and margin top. Now you can see this text here, all rooms. After that we have to create a table. So we have already created it in this dashboard. You can see here we have created this table with 4 columns. So we are going to use the same format. So let's come here and let's copy it from this dashboard. Here in this dashboard you can see we have this div. So in this div we have this table, and then we have this table head. So let's copy this first div and paste it here in this list room. We will paste this div here like this, right? Now in this div we have to add this table. Let's copy and paste it here within this div. So paste this table tag and close this tag. Now in this table tag we have to add this table head. Let's copy this and paste it here. So you can see here we have added one div, and in this one we have to add some margin from the top. So we'll add margin top, right? And after that we have this table tag, then we have this table head tag, then we have this tr, and in this tr we have th, table headings. So first we have the name. Let's add the name here in the first one. Then in the second one we will add the facility. So let's add the facility here in the second one. In the third one we will add the price per night like this. And after that, from this one we will remove this text center, correct? And after that, in the last one we will add the action. So let's add the action in this last th, and here we have the text center, let it be. So after creating this table head we will create the table body also. So after closing of this th or t head we will add t body like this, and in this t body we have to add the text size small. So just add the class name and provide text small. Now in this one we'll add curly braces, and here we will use the rooms. we have the rooms state, right? And in this one we'll add the map method, and in this map let's add the arrow function so that we can get the individual room. And here we'll add the small bracket and it will return the tr, that is table row. And in this parameter we will get the individual item and index number. And in this tr we can add the key property where we will add the index number like this. So let's add the first table data here. So in this one we will add the td property, and in this td property first we have to add the room name. So let's add item dot room type like this. After that we'll add next td tag. So before that we'll add the css properties for this td. So we'll add these classes. So let me move it in the left side so that you can see it in the same line. Now you can see these classes in one line. After that let's add the another td tag. So let's duplicate it, and here we have to add the amenities. So in this one we will add item dot amenities dot join, and here we'll add this quote, and in this one we'll add comma space. So it will join all the amenities separated by comma. And here we have to add some extra classes. So let's add this class name here, that is max sm hidden. So it will be displayed in the facility column. After that we have to display the price, right? So here let's add one more td tag. So in this td, let me remove this a small hidden, correct? And after that in this one we have to display the price. So just add item dot price per night. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the room type in the first column, then we have the facilities or amenities, then we have the price, and in the last column we have to add the action button. So let's come here, and here let's add one more td tag. So we will duplicate this one, and in this one we will add text a small, then text red 500. So here we have the text gray 700. So we will remove this one, right? So we have added border top, then border color, then text a small, then text color red 500, and after that we'll add the text center like this, correct? Next we'll add the label tag. So let me remove this, and here we'll add the label tag, and in this label tag let's add the css properties. So here let's add the class name and provide these css properties in this label tag. Now from this label tag we can remove this html4, and within this label tag let's add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. So let's add checkbox. After that we'll add the class name property, and in this class name property we'll add these tailwind classes. Then we have to add the checked property. So in this checked property let's add curly braces and provide the item dot is available. So we have added the input field. After that we'll add the div to design this checkbox. So here we'll add a div, and in this div let's add the class name properties. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes in this div, right? And after this div we'll add a span tag. So let's add the span tag here, and in this span tag we will add the class name property and provide these classes that you can see here. So we have created this action button. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this action button. We can click here, So we have created our room list page also, where we are displaying the room type, facility, price and action button. So let's see all the pages. We have created this dashboard with list room, then we have created add room, from where we can add a new room, and here we have a dashboard, right? Let's click on this logo so it will open the home page, and if I scroll down, here we have these hotels. If I click here, it will open this hotel detail page, and after that if I go to hotels from this menu, it will display the hotel list page where we have the filtered option in the right side, correct? And after that we have created the my bookings page also. So this is the my bookings page, and after that we have also created a form to add a new hotel. So finally we have completed the front end of our hotel booking website. Next we will create the backend using Node.js and Express, and after that we will connect the backend with our front end to create a fully functional full stack hotel booking website. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.